Could this take extra time? 16 seconds. Here's Dyal. Send it up at the point, Jay Lalu. Call midget now, but Matt, 6 seconds, 5, Dalfan coming out. He gets around in 2 seconds. He's got to do it quick. Shoot, the scores, 1 second left.
Alright, there we go. I should be good. Oh, what's up, guys? Dick, how's it going?
Pretty good, how about you?
I'm doing alright. Could be better. Could be better, obviously, as you know. You know, that's fine.
Mean,
that's okay.
I'm just gonna block you right there. Hold on.
Oh, okay, man. Thanks. That's a nice meme, dude. I don't think we've done a show since then, have we?
Pardon?
I don't believe we've done a show since that episode.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, that was the last episode. Was when the most lopsided trade in history ever happened, and Dalfan literally blew a gasket. I think he had a stroke. I've not talked to him since.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was an adventure. I haven't actually I've tested some of these things here. No, I don't need to allow this. I tested some of the things in the stream, but there might be 1 or 2 technical difficulties here. Going through the night as I tried to add a couple things in for some of the stuff we'll be talking about later on, which would be All-Stars and RSL stuff. So hopefully everything works fine. Knowing my luck recently anyway, I probably broke at least one thing, if not more.
Probably.
But that's okay. So I'm pulling up the stream so I can try and have the chat open so I can pretend like I'll read it at some point.
Even though you won't.
I never do. I'm always too busy looking at
It's always me.
Well, yeah. I'm always trying to set up interviews or look at the notes and make sure I'm covering everything. And we do have show notes this time.
Hey, let me know.
First time in a while.
I have not opened them yet. Actually, I have not looked at them.
You haven't looked at them. I said them to you a couple hours ago.
Hey, all right. I was doing stuff. I was conquering.
This guy.
I was too busy pub stomp. By pub stomping, I mean beating you 3-2.
Well, I mean easy money, right? I'm gonna actually put in the scores down here in the news sticker for tonight's game, so I can scroll all the way over. Slowly but surely, I'll get there. Okay. So we had Dallas beating Quebec tonight, 6-5, and we'll see what happens with that. There was some intentional own goals there by Dallas to prevent a forfeit, to prevent not a forfeit, a mercy. As it was 5-0 in a 5v4. The score was 5-0, and Quebec was obviously only had 4 people, and so Dallas could have won the game, but instead they chose to score on their own net, and they did it.
Solid.
They did it twice, intentionally just turned around, skated at their own net, and shot it on their own goalie, so that they could continue. Well, Mito came out after the first one because he didn't want any more goals against him, and I think Austin went in after that. So, but as of right now, all the goals against them count, so it's going to count against their stats. But there'll be some form of punishment handed out, and the final score of the game probably will not remain the same. I don't think we'll take the win away from Dallas, but the final score, you might see something like we'll just bring the score back to 5-0 and end it there, or make the score 5 to whatever, how many goals Quebec scored on their own, because they scored 3 goals on their own after Dallas owned goal twice. So we'll see what happens with that, but there will be some form of punishment individually for at least Lucic, and probably not Light as well on top of it.
We talking suspensions here, or?
Probably. I wouldn't expect something overly egregious. Not yet anyway, since this is sort of, again, territory that we haven't really explored before. I know something like this happened in Season 6, but that was with an entirely different set of commissioners, Matt and Super. It was not with the three of us. So we'll handle the situation differently than they will, and we're going to try to implement a rule immediately. I'm not usually a fan of changing the rule book mid-season if we can help it, but I think in this case it's one of those things that we want to make sure we have clarified in the rule book in terms of conduct detrimental to the game and the league by intentionally throwing games. And in that case, they weren't trying to lose, but trying to lower the mercy limit essentially so that they could score more goals, or I guess you could say raise the mercy limit so that they could score more goals by allowing the other team to score. So a bit of an interesting scenario, but yeah, there'll be a post about that probably tomorrow. I've been texting back and forth with Cap and Taze, but as is usually the situation, anytime something like this happens that we need to rule on, we can't get the three of us together to talk about it. They're both doing family stuff right now, and I think Cap is going to be doing more family stuff tomorrow, so I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll get a post up. I want to refrain from doing any kind of replay of the game if we can. I'd like to just be done with it and move on, and I can't imagine that a lot of the people in Quebec want to replay it. One of the options we were looking at was replaying the game from 5-0 in a 5v4, and I don't really see much of a point in doing that, honestly, seeing as you're probably going to wind up just seeing Dallas score one goal and then the game's over. But yeah, so I mean, I guess if you guys want to suggest things in the chat, I can give some feedback on it, whatever winds up happening. But yeah, there will be some adjustment made to the final outcome of that game, and there will be some form of suspension handed out to the players that were involved, and it's probably something that we're going to take extremely seriously in the future. Given that the rule doesn't exist right now, we'll probably be a bit more lenient on it, but in terms of throwing or fixing games like that, we're probably going to be looking at multi-season to permanent length bans for match fixing, if I can get words out, match fixing, intentionally throwing games or intentionally scoring on your own team like that. So you could, at worst case,
you're gonna outlaw throwing games.
Yes.
What?
I mean,
okay.
It's indirectly outlawed right now, but it's something that's not anywhere near clear enough in the rulebook. And like I said, something that did happen in Season 6 under different management when the rulebook was being rewritten entirely. But that rulebook was never finished, so that rule never really found its way into this new one, or the current iteration we have right now. So we have to clarify that, and a lot of that's on our end to make sure that that's set up. But like I said, expect for something significant to happen there, because obviously this is something that is a pretty big deal that we should take seriously. And like I said, in future cases, it could be something where the punishment is a permanent ban from the LHL.
Whoa.
So
Whoa, that's damn.
It's something we're going to take very, very seriously, as it completely eradicates any integrity of the league if we allow that to continue. So yeah, on to a potentially happier note, for some anyway. We'll pull up the agenda. I'm eating chocolate as we do this. I'm really hungry right now.
Yeah, I'm having a nice snack here too. What are you eating?
Anyway, I'm eating Ghirardelli, like chocolate wafer things. They're pretty nice. Never had them before.
They good?
Ghirardelli is my favorite type of chocolate outside of British chocolate. Cadbury's, if you've ever had that. I don't know if they have that in Canada, but Cadbury's is fantastic. So anyway, okay. So tonight we will announce the All-Star votes.
Is that happening before or after we do the whole team review in the 2 weeks?
That'll probably be at the end. I want to give a little bit more time just in case there are any extra votes that come on through, because they could change the landscape of what things look like. Some of the spots are a little bit close. I'm gonna pull up the voting right now on my other screen if I can real quick, just to make sure I can watch that so we can update it if we need to, but we haven't seen any votes in the past like 24 hours, so it's pretty much set. But I did make the deadline midnight tonight, so I don't want to like stray too far away from that. So yeah, we haven't had any. We've had, let's see, 2 votes for All Stars in the last 7 days. So
Jeez.
I don't think we're really going to get much else that's going to change anything. But nonetheless, we'll keep it on the down low for a little bit till at least maybe like 11:30 or something. We'll see what time it is. And if you can't be here, Big Doug, I'll keep it running by myself.
No, I'll be like, it's fucking Christmas time. I'll be good till like 5 in the morning. Don't worry
Oh,
about it.
dude, you'll be good. Oh, that's awesome.
I'll be good. Yeah,
Oh,
don't worry.
that's great.
You'll have.
I don't
you'll
get
have the
any
main
time away
attraction
from you.
here.
That's great. I love that.
The main attraction for the podcast is here the entire time. Don't worry about it, guys.
Okay.
Damn.
All right. So anyway, continuing on. So we'll announce the All Stars. That'll be a bit later. I want to look at the trade deadline and review again. We'll avoid the vetoed trade. Keep that to the side. We'll ignore that. We're gonna look at the trades that actually happened, and we'll discuss.
Can we avoid? Let's just go.
We'll talk about those. We'll talk about winners and losers of the trade deadline, and the trades obviously that led up to that. It's more of like a trade week before the deadline where most of the trades went down. It wasn't really necessarily all in one night. So we'll look at some of the trades, like myself being traded away from Dallas as an example, and that was something that happened a week before the trade deadline. But we'll lump that all in the same sort of category. We'll briefly go through last week's games and the week before that, seeing as it's been a while since we've done one of these. But I don't want to spend too much time on those. We'll take a look at the playoff race right now, as we've got 3 teams locked up in a 3-team battle for the final spot. There's nobody eliminated right now, which is pretty nice. Even after tonight, nobody eliminated, so that's pretty cool. We'll look at team-by-team review, which will come sort of in unison with the trade deadline and sort of the playoff hunt. We'll do sort of all that together, one big jumble of information. Then we'll go ahead and we'll make predictions for next week, and we will look at the RSL and the JSL a little bit. I'd like to have some RSL members to come on and talk with us a little bit about it. I've spoken to a couple of them already. If you find people that want to come on and talk about LHL or RSL or JSL, I'm happy to do that. I'd love to have more people on talking about it.
BG is in chat, and there are several RSLers in the team.
Well,
so I'm thinking we can just pull one in and be like,
it's
what's up?
It's going to be later on after the LHL stuff, so I just want to give that warning. I don't have a time frame or like
Probably
a deadline for when it's going to happen, but it's going to be a while down the road because we got a lot to talk about with the LHL, and that'll be our primary focus here. And obviously, I mean, you probably have a bit of a better understanding of how the RSL and the JSL is going, but I have not been following it lately. Well, Mr. Commissioner over here, right? RSL, JSL Commissioner Dick Doug, who totally... Could you name all 6 teams in the RSL right now?
Of course I could. It's
We're gonna spare you. We're gonna spare you the embarrassment of finishing.
Manitoba, Albany, Orlando, and St. John's. There we go.
Can you name the actual like names of the team outside of just the locations?
Alaska Aces, Albany Devils, Manitoba Moose.
You're reading it off the TeamSpeak, aren't you?
It still counts.
That doesn't count. You didn't even know on your own. How did you get voted in for commissioner? What the hell?
It was me or PK. It was me or PK. And really, do you want PK running your league? I mean, I've done like the most I've done so far is I did a GN call, and that's about it. It's been a pretty I show up to games. I go and watch games. I do. I just have a lot on my plate with BMing you, crying over Dalfans trading me, and then I have to run the JSL and the RSL, so it gets pretty rough.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on.
Buddy was moved to
Johnny.
channel.
He's got his shit muted.
Yeah, I know he does.
Hey, how's it going, Johnny?
Johnny.
Welcome to the podcast, the Foreskin Fortune.
Do you want to be like a last minute guest host for the show, Johnny? I'll leave this up to you. I'm not going to force you to do it. I know we'll talk to you at some point later. We'll probably talk to you about Chicago and about your own teams in the RSL and JSL. But I want to give you the option, since we're going to have you on frequently, to come on and stay with us if that's something you're interested in doing.
Yeah, sure, I'm fine with that.
All right, there we go. We put him on the spot, but he's there.
Hey, we got a fucking.
All right, I'm gonna try to add. I want to have a picture for him, I guess. Hold on, let me.
Use that second picture I gave of you. That's what I gave you of me, and use that as his.
Oh, is it up or is it starting? Is it?
We are live. We're
It's
on.
live. This is
We're
live.
we're going right now. I'm trying to get a picture of Chicago here, the Chicago logo. I have it somewhere. I know I do, because I've
Live
used it
from New York.
before.
This is the foreskin forecast, and you're on it.
Oh, okay.
All right, this picture is gonna be huge when I
Right
put it on
back.
the stream. I will resize it, I promise. But it's gonna look gigantic at first. So Johnny, how's it going?
Good. Good.
Oh, there we go. Look at that gigantic Chicago logo. It's beautiful. Bring that down. Slide that up. Could be better though, I'm assuming, right? Had we won that game, probably would have been a little bit more satisfied with the night, I'd say. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's totally fair.
It's unfortunate, but such is the way the cookie crumbles. Shout out to Self-Plug for playing a really legit game. Goalie, actually. He was fantastic tonight. Anyway, so yeah, this is Johnny Hockey, who is another BOC, RSL BOC. I've got two of them here with me now. Hopefully this one actually can name all 6 of the RSL teams.
What?
If I asked you to name all 6 of the RSL teams, would you be able to do that, Johnny?
Yeah, but I feel like
Okay.
you put me on pressure now.
Because Dick Doug couldn't.
I know I could. I named
He's
them all.
a BOC, and he couldn't without reading the names
Named
off
them
the
all.
team
No,
speak.
you did say I had to name them off the top of my head. You said name them. I named them. Did I not?
Oh my god, the implication was it was off the top of your head, you bum.
I did
Anyway,
either
okay.
way, right?
So Johnny's here. We're gonna roll with this for the time being. Okay, so the first thing we'll take a look at is we'll go through some of the games that have happened since the last time we were together on this lovely podcast.
Veto.
Everything is vetoed. Alright, so if I can pull this, we'll look at from Sunday
Ow.
the 13th on. We'll do that. What's that? Okay, so what would it be, a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago almost? Over 2 weeks ago? I don't even know. 9 days, I think, right? 9 days ago was the 13th, if I do my math right. Alright, thanks for the help,
Yeah.
Dick Doug.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah,
thanks
it
for the help.
was. It was.
So 9 days ago, we saw Philly beat Tampa in overtime, 4-3. We saw Dallas beating Quebec 3-1, and Chicago beating Pittsburgh in OT. And you got your revenge tonight, Dick Dick. 4-3 in OT.
Yeah.
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 That was Sunday. Tuesday was a bit weird. Last 2 weeks have been a bit strange because we've had games sort of shifted all over the place to sort of adjust for scheduling issues as we get into the holiday season. We're right like in the middle of it right now. So we saw 4 games played there. We played Chicago. Me and Johnny, who's now muted. Okay, he's unmuted. Are you just gonna mute yourself, John?
No, I was coughing, so you know.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh
You can.
shit! The Canucks scored.
Who are the Canucks
Consider it.
playing right now?
Tampa Bay.
Oh, go Tampa, dude.
Oh, what the hell?
Johnny's gonna riot if they lose.
Oh my god.
Anyway, okay, so Chicago beat Dallas in a 7 p.m. rescheduled game, and that was in overtime. And then we followed that up with a fantastic loss to Tampa, Claude-free Tampa. Tampa, who is undefeated without Claude on the season, something we'll talk about when we get to their team.
Claude Drew's showing next Sunday, right?
I think so. I would assume so.
Okay,
But yeah,
so you can be-
they've won every game he hasn't been there for, all like 2 or 3 of them. But still, they're 100% win rate without him, which is kind of funny, honestly. Um, anyway, and Dallas beat Pittsburgh, Rip Dick Dug 5-1, and then Philly closed out the night beating Quebec 6-1. And then Thursday of that week, Chicago beat Philly 3-2, which was, I'd say, a little bit surprising, given how that series had been for the majority of the season with the old Chicago lineup. So a little bit surprising to see that, especially with how hot Philly's been recently. Pittsburgh was able to win in overtime against Quebec, and that was with Matt there, right? You guys beat the Matt train.
Yeah.
So Matt is human. Maybe barely, maybe only a little.
Matt can be beaten.
But Matt is
He does
human.
not have 7 cups.
You're right, he doesn't. He only has
does
2.
Oh, okay.
He only has 2 in the
That's the
LHL.
thing.
I think he has 1 or 2 in the HQML, but he has 2 in the LHL.
I mean, if you like, I have more cups than Matt, so technically I'm better than Matt.
Anyway, and then what I would consider an upset if it wasn't for the fact that it was a 5v4 in favor of Tampa. Tampa was able to beat Dallas 2-1. And that was the final game on Thursday of not, I guess it was, yeah, it was last week. Yeah, last week. So that brought us to Sunday, where we had a Chicago-Dallas game originally scheduled for 7:30. That was moved to Tuesday, as we spoke about earlier. And instead we saw Philly play back-to-back games. Philly had a game tonight against Tampa that they moved to Sunday. That game was a straight 5v5, but ended in a 7-1 victory for Philly. So not something most Tampa Bay players are going to remember fondly. Most of their games throughout the majority of the season before that had actually been like fairly close. Like none of them had been that one-sided. And I think they had all been won by Philly with the exception of that one game where they upset Philly when Claude wasn't there earlier in the season. Yeah, they upset Philly when Claude wasn't there earlier in the season. But outside of that, every other game for Tampa's been a loss, but they've at least kept it competitive. And that game, it was just a total snowball out of control. And then Philly came out with a 5v4 game against Pittsburgh, Rip Dick Dug again, where they won 5-1, which honestly wasn't bad. I mean, you guys only had 4 people, and you didn't get mercied. So
Can I talk about it? So basically, we actually had the lead for about 2 minutes in that game, and then I made a bad play, and all of a sudden it's in the net. But yeah, so it's a 5v4, and we actually held them. If you take out the last minute, that's a 3-1 game, and if you take away all their goals, that's a 1-0 game we win. So we were pretty close.
if you take away all their goals, oh my god.
We win. It's a fact. We win if you take away all their goals.
So what you're saying is I should find a way to revoke all their goals on Giant?
I'm not saying you should, but damn, if you do, there's a nice fiver in there for you.
Alright, I'll consider it. Last game of the night was Tampa versus Quebec. Close game. All the scoring was done in the first period, actually. It was 2-1 Tampa after the first period, and nobody scored again after that. Which was weird. But anyway, Tampa got the win, and that really put them in a great position to not lock up the 4th seed, but they're sitting pretty right now with a 5-point lead over Pittsburgh and an 8-point lead or a 7-point lead over Quebec. We'll take a look at that in a second. And then that brings us to tonight, where we had the incident that we spoke about a little bit earlier before some of the people who are probably in the stream now are here, where there was a 5v4 between Dallas and Quebec, where there's some BMing going on by Dallas, some intentional scoring on their own net to prevent a mercy so that they could score more points. So the final score of that game will be changed, but the winner will be Dallas pretty much no matter what there. So Dallas did get the win. There was no Matt tonight, just to clarify for anybody who might have been interested. And then Pittsburgh, who was Gabe free and cancer free.
We've been Gabe free for the past 2 days. He is coming back, unfortunately, but yeah, he's coming back.
That's that might hurt your chances here, though. I mean, you guys are what 1-1 without him, right?
It's and I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens and how the team works. I can tell you one thing: Proper Cheese will not start another game for the rest of the season. It's all sub plug all night, all day.
I mean, I think he earned it. He
But-
played pretty damn good tonight.
Oh my god. Oof,
So,
oh man, it was.
I know all
it was
too
a
well. I
big-
know up close and personal how good he was tonight. So,
Yeah, let's ignore this game. Let's go to the next part.
Oh man, what a game
I'd
tonight. That
love
was a
to
really
just
fun
I like to
game.
get rid of it. Yeah, it's that game was that game took a toll on the Chicago team. We're gonna leave it at that. Johnny, I'll speak to you after the podcast is over because things aren't very good right now with some specific starting members of the team that aren't in the channel with us right now.
I
So
don't know what
we'll
game
have
we're
to
talking about.
we'll get into that. We can deny it all we want publicly, Johnny, but it did happen. So
I still don't know what you're
Oh
talking
shit!
about.
I have breaking news. I have. All right. So, did you just get? Did Dalfan just message you, Dial?
no, he didn't.
So, if everyone take their attention to the subreddit, the Dallas Stars have imposed a team suspension on Lucic.
Ooh,
Yeah.
wow.
As a team, including Lucic, we have determined that his recent behavior is not acceptable, specifically his attempt to boost personal stats in a 5v4 match, a move that is disrespectful not only to Quebec, but also the league. Moreover, his actions put individual goals ahead of that of his teammates and team, forfeiting his goalie's shutout and save percentage on the night, while simultaneously risking the outcome of the game. Krejci will not be eligible to play until January 10th, 2016.
So
Yeah,
that's the
this
start of the
means-
playoffs. So that's probably in line with what was going to happen to him anyway. But I think a lot of applause goes out to Dalfan for handling the situation correctly. And I don't want to paint the team necessarily in a bad light because I don't think it was something that was a team-wide decision, and I don't think that decision properly reflects on the opinions and the values and integrity of the other members who were there, as I know for a fact that some of them were not happy with what happened. But yeah, hats off to Dalfan. I mean, that's about as good of a resolution as you can get from the GM of the team, and it looks like Lucic has already responded and understands the
See
situation
you
on
guys
his
in the
own. So,
playoffs. Good luck. Their quote.
yep. So that I think that's the first time that's ever happened.
Dalfan has made LHL history again for the second podcast in a row. The first time was the most lopsided trade in history, and now he's suspended a team player.
Well, if he's interested, when we get to the Dallas segment of the show, which we can go to, that can be the first team we look at. I don't see a problem with that. Dick, if you want to ask him if he's interested in coming in to at least talk about Dallas, if not the specific situation there, I don't really mind if he doesn't want to comment on it. Then extend the invitation and we'll see what happens. Because I know he is in the team speaking around right now.
I have, yep.
But yeah, that is surprising. I expected Dalfan to handle the situation well, so I don't mean to say that it's surprising in the sense of Dalfan would be upset over it and actually doing something about it. I'm not necessarily surprised by that, but just in the sense of like it's something that's never formally been done before, so that's interesting. And like I said, I think the league punishment would mirror something similar to that, so I wouldn't expect to see much of a change in what he's going to be allowed to play. So, in all honesty, it'll probably wind up mirroring it exactly. I think what we were looking at doing for him would be 2 to 3 games. Especially because even though he was intentionally scoring on his own net, he technically wasn't attempting to lose the game for his team. But nonetheless, I think it falls under the same category, which is why a suspension is probably necessary. And again, hats off to Dalfan for taking the initiative and doing that and showing that he's not going to allow that type of behavior on his team. Setting a good example.
Yeah.
That's a good
Setting
GM
an
right
extra-
there.
yeah,
That's a good GM right there. Everyone else who wants to GM any league, take notes. That's how you fucking do it. Alright, so we'll get back on track here. We'll take a look at the standings and start to talk a little bit about the playoffs a little bit more, and how things are shaping up right now. There we go. Got it all set up. Alright, so just making sure I've done everything right. I'm not missing anything here. Yes, looks correct. Okay, so right now, Philly, Dallas, and Chicago have all locked up spots. There's still obviously a chance for some movement around here. We've got 3 games left to play, which means any of these teams can be 9 points ahead of where they are now or in the exact same spot. So that's what goes into determining whether or not people are eliminated at this point. The reason why Quebec and Pittsburgh are not eliminated right now is because they could still potentially get 9 points out of these last 3 games, with Tampa getting 0, in which case we'll use Quebec as an example. If they got 9 points, they'd be at 32 and Tampa would be at 30. And assuming that Pittsburgh stays the same there, then Tampa could theoretically lose their spot to Quebec. So situations like that are why there's no teams that are eliminated at this current juncture. Philly has not yet locked up the number 1 seed, but they have locked up. They have not locked up the top 2 spot yet, because the tiebreaker, they own the tiebreaker with Dallas, but they're 9 points ahead of Chicago, and if Chicago wins out and Philly loses out, Chicago plays Philly, and then Chicago would, assuming they win that, would own the tiebreaker against Philly, so Chicago could technically still take first seed from them. So they haven't locked up first seed. They have not yet locked up a bye, or I guess it's not even really a bye, is it? You don't even do that. I'm thinking too much football here. They've not yet locked up a top 2 spot, but I think it's fair to say at this point that they will most likely be the number 1 seed, and it looks like Dallas and Chicago are realistically going to be 2 and 3. Whether or not that winds up being Chicago at 2, Dallas at 3, whatever happens in the final 3 games of the season, I don't think will impact it that much, as I pretty much believe that that's going to be the playoff series we're going to see in the first round, which means Philly is most likely going to play the 4th seed, which as it stands would be Tampa. And that's, as I said earlier, been a fairly one-sided affair. While most of the games have been close, recent history suggests that that series could be quite messy for Tampa, which could mean a potentially, I'm not going to say easy road to the finals for Philly, because I don't think there are any easy games, but yeah, easier. They have a better matchup throughout the course of this season against Tampa than they have had against Pittsburgh or Quebec. And if Quebec makes it in, there's always the Matt factor of him being able to just show up, score 5 points a game, and then steal enough games to potentially even win a series, or at least put Philly on tilt for the next series. So there's a lot of potential for some, I'm not going to say disaster, but for some obviously undesirable impacts on that Philly squad.
So,
as I understand it, they're hoping to get Tampa in the first round.
So if Tampa doesn't, so if Pittsburgh comes up, they win 3 straight, beat Quebec, Tampa, and Dallas. Excuse me for the voice crack. We will then face Philadelphia. Yes.
Yes.
That's
Again, Philly's not locked into first seed, but if I had to put money on it, I mean they're 6 points ahead of Dallas and 9 points ahead of Chicago. The only way they lose first seed is pretty much if they lose all 3 of their remaining games in regulation. So I would go out on a limb and say, if you had to put money on it, I would say they're going to be first seed. So if you're hoping to make the playoffs on Pittsburgh or Quebec, you should be planning to play Philly in the first round and starting to figure out how you're going to handle them.
We're going with the self-plug factor of the double hit. That's what we're going to do.
As many double hits as possible.
And Dr. Germs is going to go for as many backwards backhand blocks on top midget as he can too.
Anything to tilt tall. It's not difficult. He's going to get mad if he hears me say that, but that's okay. I'll deal with that later. Oh, he is. He's very unhappy. But we'll try to stay away from that for a little bit.
I think I've already passed it, but anyway. Let me check.
So, have you spoken to Dalfan?
About what?
About potentially coming in and talking with us? Is he interested?
I messaged him and he has not responded. Let me
okay, I see. He's talking to Lucic.
So I might just leave him there for a bit.
Yeah. So we'll leave Dallas for a little while. We'll start at the other end of the spectrum. We'll start with the Quebec, Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay. We'll work our way up like that through the teams. and see
pretty good.
if in a little bit Dalfan is interested. Again, if anyone else is interested, go ahead and shoot us a message in the chat. You can send us a message. I prefer it in the chat or on Steam rather than TeamSpeak, but if you want to send it on TeamSpeak, that's fine. So yeah, just let us know, because we're open to some interviews and talking to you guys and getting your opinions on it as well. So always fun to have more people involved, in my opinion, anyway. All right, so you want to start with Quebec then?
Sure.
Johnny, does that work for you?
I'm sorry, what?
We're doing some RSL stuff. Yeah.
All right, Johnny pays
we'll
less
start
attention
with-
than Dick Dark does, and that's stunning.
Hey. We'll start. Yeah, we'll do that.
That
Dalfan
is
also
impressive.
said, and Dalfan said that's fine. So like, if you want to start Dallas, you want to start with Quebec.
Well, he's still up there with Lucic, so we'll start at the other end. We'll tell him that, give it like half hour maybe or something like that, and we can pull him in whenever he's ready. So I don't want to interrupt what is potentially going on up there in their team conversation, because
It's probably a good idea.
I haven't seen them speak on TeamSpeak yet since the game, so this is probably the first time where Dalfan's explaining his reasoning and decision making and why everything's going on. So the one thing I will clarify here is we haven't done stats yet for tonight. I delayed the start of the podcast till 9:30 because I was hoping to get the stats in. But whereas we're trying to figure out what to do with the Dallas game, Quebec game, what to do with the stats from that game and how that's going to wind up shaping out, we're going to hold off on it for the time being and just make that decision. And again, we'll make a post about it when we come to it, and that'll be tomorrow. So at some point tomorrow, everything will be all up to date. And we don't have another game until the 3rd of January. So tonight were the last games of 2015. That's it. There's no more LHO games 2015. There's no more
See you guys
competitive
next year.
games. There's no more RSL or JSL either. So
Yep.
yeah, that's it. This is it.
This is also the last podcast for 2015 too.
It is. You're right. And I think this is our 12th episode or 13th. I think it's 12 or 13. I wrote 11 down on the show notes, but I think it's 12 or 13. I think it's 12 actually. But yeah, I thought after like one episode, like, I wasn't really sure how this was gonna go, and it hasn't been perfect, but I'm happy it's still going on. So anyway, we'll get to Quebec. Right, Johnny?
Right.
Right.
I don't think he's paying attention.
He's paying more attention than you are now.
I'm doing RSL stuff and I'm playing NHL 15.
Oh, RSL stuff. That's what it is. You're doing RSL stuff.
I'm also doing NHL 15 stuff. That's also a thing. But anyway.
Oh, okay. So anything to
Playing
just not pay attention to what's going on here.
Pretty fucking much.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'd probably attend a funeral if I didn't have to be here. But anyway.
Okay, so Quebec has been all over the place this season. They're currently last place. Again, I don't have it showing here, but they're now at a 6-game losing streak, which is a far cry from where they were 6 games ago, coming off a 5-game winning streak. So obviously the last 2 weeks have not been kind to Quebec. Looking back sort of at their season and how they got here, they started 2-1-1-7, so that's 2 regulation wins, 1 overtime win, 1 overtime loss, and 7 regulation losses before the trade deadline, or before, I should say, the week leading up to the trade deadline, where they traded away Otto and Evcobb for Timo and Marchi. And after they traded them, they went on a pretty great streak, but unfortunately it really didn't end too well. So since that point in time where they made that trade, which was November 28th, like I said, 2-1-1-7 before that, and since then they are 4-0-2-5. So effectively 4-7 before or after, and 3-8 before. So they played 11 games on either side. So an improvement, but only by 1 game. So not really significant enough. And it looked like after they had a 5-1 win over Tampa Bay, and that was their 4th straight win in a row. And at that point in time, they were actually in a playoff spot. And then since that day, they have now lost 6 games in a row, only one of them being an OT. They lost 3-2 to Philly, 3-1 to Dallas, 6-1 to Philly, 4-3 to Pittsburgh in overtime, 2-1 to Tampa, 6-5 to Dallas. So other than the 6-1 game to Philly, they've been reasonably close, but they're just not finding a way to win games. And unfortunately, this 6-game losing stretch over that final portion of the season where these wins and these points matter the most has pretty much crippled their chance of making the playoffs. They do not hold the tiebreaker with Tampa, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, they do not hold the tiebreaker with Tampa or with Pittsburgh. So to make it in, they have to finish 1 point better than both of those teams, at least 1 point better, which means that if Tampa Bay wins like one more game in regulation or overtime, I think it is. Not 100% on this, but fairly confident. If they win one more game in regulation or overtime, Tampa Bay, then Quebec is going to be eliminated.
What about Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh is still going to be alive for a little bit longer, but the game that is incredibly relevant to honestly all 3 of these teams and is probably going to determine who makes the playoffs and who doesn't is actually the game between Pittsburgh and Tampa when we come back from the winter recess, which is, I think it's on the 3rd of January. If I can go double check this. Yeah, it's the first game back. So the next LHL game to be played is Tampa Bay and Pittsburgh, and that's on the 3rd of January at 7:30. And if Tampa wins that in any fashion, they'll be at 32 or 33 points. And no matter what Quebec does in their game later that night, that would eliminate them. Because if Tampa Bay is at 32 points, then Quebec is 9 points behind with 3 games to play, which means they could theoretically tie them in points, but they've already lost the tiebreaker, so they can't beat out Tampa. And if Tampa gets obviously 3 points, then same situation. They can't even get the same number of points as Tampa to even tie them there to force the tiebreaker. So all Tampa needs is that regulation or overtime win, and that'll force out Quebec. Had Pittsburgh lost tonight, Pittsburgh also would have been eliminated had they lost that game. But
hold on. So the fact we beat Chicago tonight is keeping us alive. If we'd lost, we'd be out right now, right?
Not right now, but yeah, you'd be
on the same
point
place
out
with Quebec.
Yes, you'd be in the same situation as Quebec, correct.
Okay.
But the problem for you is that you guys, hold on, let me double check this before I say this. I don't want to sound stupid, and we'll hold on discussing it too much until we get to Pittsburgh. But your head-to-head with Tampa right now is tied at 2-2. So the only way you win the tiebreaker is if you win the game against them. And if you lose the game against them in any fashion, like let's say OT, because that would be like theoretically the closest that you could get, right? They'd be at 32 points. You'd be at 26. There'd be a 6-point difference, but because they won, they'd own the tiebreaker, so you'd be out.
Okay.
So that game is actually, given that fact, that game against Tampa could be the clinching game for the final team of the playoffs. If you guys lose at all that game, then both Quebec and Pittsburgh are eliminated, and Tampa will clinch the final spot. If you win that game in any fashion, then your hopes are still alive, and Quebec's hopes would depend on their game on that Sunday.
Damn. All right, that's good. It's getting cutthroat. Okay.
So yeah, it's tight. It's tight. Unfortunately, Jerry, I'm sorry to say, but yeah, but it looks like Claude might be there, Jerry. So if you are listening, he messaged me in TeamSpeak and asked for clarification on that. So, but yeah, it looks like Claude might be there from what I'm hearing. So if you guys could convince Claude not to show up, guaranteed a victory, right? Anyway, so we'll come back to Quebec. We keep straying away because all 3 of these teams are so close. Their futures are tied together no matter what happens. especially like I said, hinging on that game specifically. But yeah, it's been an unfortunate stretch of these 6 games, and I'm sure the players on that team are going to be looking back at this stretch where 4 of the 6 games were 1-goal losses. One of the 6 games was a 2-goal loss, and the 6th game was a 5-goal loss. So kind of throw that out. But basically, they've kept it close. They've kept it competitive, but they just haven't been able to find ways to win. And it's snowballed to the point where, I mean, they started the season 2-1-1-7, and when you start at that point, you can't afford to have streaks like this again some point down the road. And despite that little glimmer of hope they got right after they traded for Timu and Marchi, they've pretty much thrown all of their comfort away to the point now where it's not even in their hands anymore whether or not they make the playoffs, which is very disappointing given the fact that they've been in and out of 4th seed leading up to that point in time. As early as 2 weeks ago, they were still in a playoff spot. So something that's going to be very frustrating and hard to look back on for sure, for all of those players, and McJava included, who I know had really high hopes for the season. And a lot of that blame, I'm sure, is going to fall back on to Matt and the decision to draft Matt. And we'll probably hear more discussion about whether or not Matt's lack of attendance is significantly damaging to the LHL in multiple ways, in ways that are beyond just Quebec and the team he's drafted to. And in some aspects, I would have to agree that they might be, and it's something that we'll probably have to take a look at in the future, because you can see it here on the stats. I mean, he's played 5 games, and while no one player should be the hinging factor on your team, it's pretty evident that most teams, when you lose one starter, most teams are going to be significantly at a loss. And when it's a player as high quality and high caliber as Matt and their 1st round draft selection, then that's a pretty big loss. There really isn't a great way to overcome that. So, but I still, at least personally, maintain that that's one of those things where you sort of bring that on yourself in a way when you draft him. Like, I think there's sort of an onus on the GM. If you're going to make the decision to draft him, you have to be prepared for situations like that. And while I don't think it's necessarily fair to say be prepared for him to only show up for 5 games, I think you sort of have to acknowledge the fact that something like this is a possibility. And I don't want to put too much of the blame on him, because we've spoken about it on this show before countless times. Like, he's never made less than 50% of the games in a season, I think it was, that we finally said. I think it was the trade deadline episode we looked back and found that out. But basically, he's really never been lower than a 50% attendance rate, and at this point, the best he can do is 8 games out of 25, which is a third, and that's pretty abysmal from a 1st round draft pick. And it'll be interesting to see in the future, if he does sign up, how much this one season is really going to impact his draft stock. And it almost, in a way, to me anyway, feels like it could lead to an even bigger issue down the line, where, let's say, next season he gets drafted in the 3rd or 4th round because nobody believes he's going to show up, and then he winds up showing up for 3/4 of the games. And at that point, he's the best player in the draft. I mean, if he's going to show up that much, then he's going number 1 overall no matter what. Unless you're taking Taze, he's going number 1 overall no matter what, if he's going to show up that much. So
yeah, it's a catch-22. It's either like you risk it and you take him in the 1st round and you bet on him showing up to 50% of the games, and then if he doesn't, you're burned in your last place, and then you're whining about his attendance. Or no one takes him. He falls to like the 3rd or 4th round even, and then all of a sudden he's showing us 75% games. He's fucking leading the league in points, and then you got like Lucic and Matt on your team.
Yep. Being spammed here.
It's just Johnny. He's gonna walk the dog.
No, it's Lucic. Lucic wants to come on to talk about his suspension, but as is typical with Lucic, we're not going to do that. We're not going to let him in. He's one of the few players who I do not want on the show.
Damn.
So, and I don't mind being open about saying that. So, anyway, bringing it back to the discussion we were on, yeah, that's sort of the question, right? Is like, yeah, it's on the GM to make that decision. You're hemorrhaging the future of your team on that, and there's situations like this in last season too, where he's not showing up and there's no way to stop the bleeding, and you just bleed out until you're irrelevant as a team. But there's also situations where in the past where he's shown up considerably more, and then obviously when he's there, I mean, there's no better player in the game. And so it's hard from a league perspective trying to decide what to do with it, because we don't want to put any of the GMs in a position to where they have to make that decision. But the reality is that no matter what, you're going to have to make decisions along those lines with any player who has potential attendance issues. And I mean, pretty much anyone who plays the game is going to miss some games. It's very rare that you find players that can make the vast majority of games every season. There's a very small handful of people that fit in that category, but none so much as Matt, obviously. None so much of a question mark, and there's few that are as polarizing as him.
A massive question mark, honestly. I mean, like, his attendance, like...
A massive question mark?
Whoo, hey, old pun. Like, it was, like, he was good. Like, his attendance used to be way better than it was in past seasons, but now it's gone.
It's been gradually getting worse.
Yeah, definitely.
And I would like to point out, we don't have a rule about the number of games you're supposed to make when you sign up, but it is in the sign-ups that we request you don't put your name in to be drafted if you believe you can't make at least half the games. And there's a lot of talk about what is fair to punish and what isn't in terms of how many games you make. Like, how do you say to somebody, you signed up so you have to be here for 50% of the games? Whether or not you play in them is a different story, but you have to be available for 50% of the games. You can't enforce that. There's no way to enforce that. And there's no way to say you didn't play in 50% of your games so you're getting suspended. Because there are perfectly legitimate reasons to why things like that happen. And in Matt's case, I don't think it's like him intentionally trying to fuck with his teams. I think it's just legitimately he has other stuff going on in real life that he needs to take care of and that are more important to the game, and that should always be the case. You should always take real life over the game, and that makes sense. And there's situations like where Notled had this season, where at the time of the draft he had a job but didn't know what his work schedule was, and it wasn't until shortly after the draft that he knew he was working on Sundays and Thursdays. But that's not anything he can know when he's signing up. And even if he puts in there that he doesn't know what his work schedule is, there's no way that he's going to be able to know whether or not he's going to be able to make 50% of your game or of the games that he's going to be asked to play. So it's a really, really ticky-tacky situation where it's like, how do you police that? Like, how do you draw a line somewhere and hand out punishments on that, or try to enforce that in any way? And I mean, it sort of goes back to an issue that I don't know if we've spoken to a ton on this podcast, but the fact that the game in its primitive nature is so limited to where it's hard to enforce anything to begin with. Because it's not like we can just force face-offs or force redos or put a minute back on the clock or go to a instant replay inside the game before we have to make a decision. Like, now we have to make the decisions on GN and whatnot after, and then go back and replay the game. Like, we don't have the ability to do things like that. There's no proper ban list. There's no way to IP check people in game. You can just change your name to whatever you want, and that's forever going to cause issues with how primitive the game is in its current state. And never is that more apparent than in issues like this surrounding attendance, where there's always going to be question marks about what is an ethical decision and what isn't, what is right, what is fair to assume and to expect of somebody, and what isn't. And how, as a player, do you set yourself up to where you allow yourself to miss games without getting in trouble? Because, I mean, we don't want to punish people for missing games. That should be something that sort of happens organically. And I mean, in an ideal scenario where we have tons of people ready and able to play at the next level, you get players who have significant attendance issues that would eventually be sort of weeded out because GMs would rather have somebody who shows up more consistently. And I think we see that to a degree here, but the level of talent difference between those players in a lot of cases is so great that you sort of have to take it with a grain of salt and sort of take the loss of attendance for the better players sometimes. And I would love to come up with an easy, simple way of handling this, but there really is none. And you get teams and people like McJava who wind up being victims of it. And what do you say to them at that point, other than it's your fault because you drafted him?
And the thing is, like, how are you supposed to check if it's like so someone like Matt says, I'm gonna show to 90% of the games this season. And then he does it, and it's like, oh, I got a job, and it's like, oh, my mom took my computer away. It's like, how do you verify that? How do you know he's not lying? That's the problem. It's like, I can make fucking excuses all day, but why I don't show the games? But like at the basic point, you have no idea if I'm lying or not, and how do you verify that?
And there is no good way of doing that, honestly. So it's disappointing. It's disappointing, and I will try to come up with a solution for it. I've been actually taking a list of notes for a lot of changes I want to make to the rules this offseason, and we'll wind up coming together for a community meeting to discuss a lot of it as we normally do. I don't like to make... Go ahead.
So Waldo Blockhand and BGB have both said that... Waldo said that the VOC should definitely look into it. Only showing up when you want to it's not acceptable. And then BG said, I'm not saying he's only showing up. That's why he said he's not showing up when he wants to, but it seems like he's when he only likes the team.
It's very hard for me because I'm in a situation where I'll open up the chat to sort of interact with you guys here, especially while Dick is gone. But it's a difficult situation for me to be in. Maybe not so much for Cap or Taze, but just in the nature of Matt is one of my best friends in the league, and I've played with him frequently, and I talk to him very often outside the game on things like Snapchat and Facebook and whatnot, and I have his cell phone number and everything too, so like we're generally fairly close. And I know from my experience with him that that's not the type of person he is. He's not the type of person who's just gonna not show up because he doesn't like the team that he's with. And he's usually public about saying that. He's usually, like, in the case of the veto trade, I mean, he said that no matter what team he was going to be on, he would show up the same amount. Now, I fully understand that many of the circumstances have made it seem otherwise, and I fully comprehend why people would question that. And it's almost annoying for me because I want to defend him as a friend, but it's hard to do so, obviously, given the circumstantial evidence that's provided, and it makes him look worse than I believe he really is, and it makes it look like he has bad intentions when that's not necessarily accurate. And I agree with you, BG, like, totally, I mean, you were here, you heard it, I know you tune into the podcast every time, and he said he was going to make 90% of the games the rest of the season. And
yeah,
that was
actually a fair point. Yeah,
that was exactly a huge factor in why the Matt trade to Dallas was initially vetoed anyways, because if you're really going to make that many games, then sure as hell you're worth more than what was given for you, and that was a big driving component behind why that trade was ultimately vetoed. Yet he's made 3 games since then. And now I think we've played 8 games in that time.
I actually give you an accurate...
I think it's 8.
Since the trade deadline, we've only played 1, 2, 3, 4. We only played like 6
It was the 6th. It was the 6th of December when that trade was
6th of December?
Was made. Yeah.
8 games.
Yeah, 8 games. That's what I thought. So he's made 3 of 8. So his attendance is better than 2 in the first, what would that be, 14? But that's not 90% of the games. And I guess
sort of 5 games.
I guess to his credit, if he makes the final 3, then he'll have made 6 out of 8 games, which is close enough to not call him a liar necessarily. but it's certainly, like I said, I mean, I understand why that brings up questions, because that's hard to defend. And I would love to do it because, like I've said before, I mean, I know him so well. I know he's not the type of person that would do that. He's not the type of person who sits there and looks at his team and says, like, fuck this, I'm not even going to bother showing up. Like, he has more integrity than that. We've seen that before in him, and a lot of the people that are newer haven't, because you might not have been around during season 3 and season 4.
Like
but
if you come into the league like at least even 3 seasons ago, your only view of Matt is him being an asshole who only shows up to 6 games a season and gets taken 3rd or 1st overall and fucks teams over.
So,
If you don't come during the Chicago years, you know nothing about Matt.
I totally understand why people believe that there's malintent behind this, and I'm not going to necessarily 100% say that there isn't, and that it isn't partially a factor. But knowing Matt for as long as I've known him, and knowing him as well as I know him, because he's probably my best or my second best friend in this community, I don't believe that he would do that. But it's obviously hard for me to sit here and tell you that, as I inform you how biased I would be towards him. So it's a really tough position to be in, and it's forever going to make his involvement in the league difficult. And that's only ever made worse by the fact that he's such an impactful player. I mean, he is the best player in the game, I think anyway, and a lot of people would agree in EU or NA. Like, he's just flat out the best player in the game. And it's unfortunate that the number 1 player on the ice is honestly one of the number 1 problems off the ice. And not in his personality, but just in the attendance area. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for everybody, because no matter what, somebody's gonna get shafted out of it. And you look at a GM, like, again, we'll go back to the example of if he gets drafted in the 3rd or 4th round and then makes 75% of the games next season, all 5 of the other GMs, assuming there's 6 teams, are going to be pissed off that they didn't take him, because they expected him to not show up. And looking back at the draft, you understand why they would make that decision at the time. But obviously, after he's made that many games, it's like, well, fuck. If I had taken him, I could have a cup right now. Like, there are a lot of issues that go on top of that.
It's something that needs to be discussed in length on a time, not right now. We have like several hours to just like discuss the point, and we can like bring in everyone's points, everyone's opinions about the entire thing, and actually like figure out what we need to do, because it's something that needs to be addressed.
I mean, he's always been a problem. Like, Matt on his own, and a little bit of the fact that the 2 of us played on teams together frequently, are the reason why 5v5 happened.
I wouldn't say he's the main like it was all because of Matt that he was 5v5. It was a big part. Yeah.
It's Matt. It's Matt and it's players Matt like Matt. It's the fact that in 4v4 play, the game can be so heavily dictated by one player on every team, as evidenced by the fact that Matt carried a team, and again, that's not to say that the other players did no work, but season 4 was 4v4.
Oh my god.
And Matt, I know you don't like to get brought up Dick Dug, but this was Dick Dug's first season in the LHL, and
technically it wasn't. I played several games season 3.
It was his first game as a starter in the LHL, and it was the same thing with Ace, as many of you know now. Ace was around back then. And Dalfan was the goalie. It was Dalfan's first season in net too in the LHL, so it was a big change for all of those players.
What about season 3 when he was?
He didn't play net. Okay. Dalfan was actually an RSL player for part of season 3 too. He was a backup defenseman, I think, or forward. I think he was a backup forward on that team. Anyway, but point is, he basically took a team that I don't want to say had no business even being in the playoffs, but that was much weaker on paper than every other team, and Matt just makes everybody around him play better. I mean, he elevates everybody, and they were able to win a cup despite having Matt as the only player that had really been an LHL starter in his role before that season. and his impact was absurd. I mean, they lost just about every game without him and won just about every game with him. And it was after that season and then the following season, season 5, where Matt and I were on the same team, and we wound up winning the cup together. After those 2 seasons in a row, where I think Matt scored like 4.5 points a game in season 4, and then like 5.5 points a game season 5. And in the playoffs, Matt scored almost 6.5 points a game season 5. Like, just think about that for a second. This is LHL level. 6.5 points a game in the playoffs. In the playoffs. Like, there's a point in time where something has to be done against that. And that was a big part of the reason why the LHL BOC at the time, which was Matt himself and Super, and I think Taves at that point in time too. I can't 100% remember. But Super and Matt were the 2 driving forces originally. That's why they decided to make the move to 5v5, because 4v4 was just so heavily dominated by one player. But point of all that tangent is that Matt is so impactful that he's already been not the only cause, but a direct cause for why the league has shifted in so many ways. Protections are another thing that went sort of that way because of elite level players. Protections are something that's pretty cool to have as a GM because it allows you to have consistency in lineup from season to season, and that can be awesome because it allows you to build something. You can build a brand. You can build a foundation, a winning organization, and that's awesome. That's fantastic. We would love to have that, but the reality is that the elite players and being able to keep elite players, and once you get like 3 on a team together and they can be protected every season, then what the fuck are you supposed to do as another team to deal with that? It totally causes a bottleneck in terms of where the talent is located and causes imbalance. And while some imbalance isn't necessarily a bad thing, when things are so imbalanced that it's the same teams winning every season, then obviously something needs to change. And what's funny is we had done a pretty good job in 5v5 of sort of eliminating that carry mode, as you see, or as you would have seen in 4v4. And I mean, you look now, and if a player gets like even close to 3 points per game in the LHL in 5v5, that's a big fucking deal. If you get over 3 points per game, that's insane. That's insane. Right now, I think we've got 3 or 4 players over 2 points a game. Like over 2.
We have 2. We have you and Jalali were at.
Well, Matt and Dildo are both over 2 points a game as well. They're not on the top performers, but the 2 of them are over 2 points per game. There's a couple people that are close to 2 as well. So, but that limit is my point. There's 4 people, maybe 5, that are above that line. That's it. Whereas you go back to 4v4 and you look at season 5, and we had like 4 people that were above 4 points per game. So the scoring has been cut in half, almost. I mean, it's obscene. It's obscene. It's ridiculous how much has changed, and that's great. And we found a great solution to that. But I don't think we're going to be able to find as clean of a solution as let's just move to 5v5 to deal with attendance problems and sign-up issues like that. Like I don't think there's some blanket rule we could implement that's going to solve those problems. Like this is something that's going to take a lot more thought and a lot more experimentation with to really find a solution for. And it kind of blows to say it, but the easiest solution might honestly be to just say, Matt, you can't play the LHL anymore. I mean, we'd never do that. We'd never do that. But like the fact that is the simplest solution, and the fact that even could be a solution to the problem is not good. It highlights how much of an issue this is really becoming. So anyway, so we'll get off this rant for now.
Yeah, let's get off Matt and let's actually talk about the teams, because I don't think we even talked.
Well, I mean, we're sort of attributing a lot of their issues to the fact that Matt didn't show up, to the fact that they lost their first round draft pick. And I'll post it again once the season is over, but some of you might have seen the post I made sort of around the trade deadline, where you could see what the draft would have looked like if everybody picked the players they picked now, if that makes sense. Like if we effectively went back through and redid the draft to where every team drafted the players they have on their roster right now, the way Quebec's draft looks is not good compared to where they started in terms of the picks they had to begin with and the picks they would have ended up with now. And where they took them is not exactly something that looks fantastic. But they made it a bit better when they went out and drafted Timu. But nonetheless, you still for the third overall pick, and I mean they were supposed to get the number 1 overall pick. Like there was a good chance that if Jabba didn't receive any offers to move down to 3 or 4 or 5,
Matt
whatever
goes
the
first
case
overall.
was, Matt goes first overall. You lose the
And-
first overall
yeah.
draft pick, you're fucked. And the rest of the team, I mean, I give them credit for doing what they could throughout this season, and I think they've handled the situation better, I think, than Winnipeg did last season. But at the same time, you sort of have to give a little bit of credit to Winnipeg for finally pulling the plug on it and trying to go a different direction, even though that ultimately didn't work out. They both sort of took different avenues to it. I mean, McJava said, fine, we're going to play around it. Burns said, fuck it, I'm not dealing with it anymore. But neither team really ended up in a good position. And I think why we're focusing on him is because there's a lot of blame that falls on his shoulders, not for the team playing poorly necessarily, but for the team not being able to ever reach the potential that any of the other LHL teams could, because they're essentially playing down a first-round draft pick.
And it's not the first time this has ever happened. Like look at Hartford.
Yeah.
Like exact same thing.
Yeah.
And then he didn't play last season, did he?
No, he didn't.
Superstar.
So outside of that, if you look at the individual players, I think Timu has been good enough this season. I don't think it's been his best season, but I think he's been good enough to the point where like they can win games with him.
Nice.
I mean, he's been doing his job of scoring, and that's really the most important thing.
26 points in 15 games is good.
And he technically had, I think, 4 tonight. We'll see again how many of those count, because I think 2 of the goals he was awarded were 2 own goals by Chicago. I keep saying that, Dallas. So we'll see what winds up happening with that. But anyway, yeah, so his point total is going to go up even more. Attendance not necessarily great from him, but I don't think he's necessarily been sort of a problem on his own. I think McJava's been a disappointment, I will say that. Coming off of a season where he had 32 or 34 points and was the highest scoring defenseman, he's now got half the points of Taze, who is the highest scoring true defenseman this season. As some of the other defensemen around him have also played offense, so there's some questions there. But he's struggled mightily since then. I mean, he was over 2 points per game last season, and he's sitting under 0.8 points per game right now.
I don't want to say I told you so to everyone who said he would continue it, but I told you guys. Like
I know Dick Doug has taken this very personally.
Everyone was hopping on McJava's back and saying he was the next Taser. But if he could get 36 points again, I'd be impressed. And now we're seeing he's like at 50. I have 15 points and I've played about 4 less games than him. So yeah, so
a bit of a regression. I think one of the things you have to factor in, obviously, I mean it's sort of a two-way street, right? Is that generally most players don't play their peak on a team that's not doing well, and this is an example of a team that's not doing well. So I think it's fair to say that we could expect to see Jabba and anyone else play better on a team that's second seed like they were last season than on a team that's last seed like they are right now. I think that's fair to say, but at the same time, it's the players that dictate whether or not you're first seed or last seed anyway. So yes, you'd be playing better on a better team, but there's also the factor of if you were playing better, your team would be better. That makes sense. So there's sort of like that two-way street where you got to take a little bit away from him for that, but you also have to give him a little bit of leeway for that. So it's a tough thing to analyze. Just like I said at the end of last season, where Jabba did win the award for most points as a defenseman, and I think he won the award for best team play too. Take it with a grain of salt for now, and the biggest thing for him is going to be consistency. Can you do it again? Can you repeat it? And clearly this season he's not been able to, but bad seasons happen, and I mean we see that from a lot of players. Another player who I don't like calling people out specifically, but one of the players who we've seen be not bad statistically, but not always up to par statistically from what we expect is probably K-Bomb as a goalie. And it's not necessarily a great comparison, goalie to skater, but
yeah.
we all know K-Bomb as a great goalie. I mean, he's a fantastic player. But frequently, and it's like almost every other season with him, where he'll have a season where he's got like 65% save rate, he looks great, and then there's a season right afterwards where he has like 58, 59% save rate. Nobody questions whether or not he's a good goalie, but statistically speaking, it's not going to look the same. And there's a good chance that what we're seeing with McJaba is going to be the similar thing, where you're going to see this sort of rubber banding between seasons, where he's going to have good seasons, he's going to have bad seasons. And that's the case with everybody. The difference with people is how much it shows. Some players have a bad season and you really see it statistically. Some players have a bad season and maybe you don't see it statistically. And that really depends on the player and the role that they play as well. Looking at the rest of their starters, I think Nina's been not as good as he wants to be and not as good as people would expect him to be. We know he can be better than what he's shown a lot of this season. I know this season's been really busy for him because he had to back out on the VOC for the RSL, so hopefully next season he comes back a little bit stronger. But I would say it certainly was a factor that he wasn't able to play up to a level that he would expect of himself consistently. And I would say that I trust him to come back strong, because Nina's the type of player who is going to be resilient and confident in himself. And I mean, he's been in a lot of situations this season, awkward situations like being traded back to Quebec after that vetoed thing. So he's been in a rough place. So a reset for him next season is probably beneficial. But he's a resilient guy that's going to be able to handle a lot of issues like that and come back strong. So I think he'll be okay. I'm interested to see next season with Marchi what he does. I think he's really proven himself to be more than what people have given him credit for in the past this season. He's got 17 points through 13 games, and while his attendance might not be great, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for somebody that, like, I hate to use this term, but has been a fringe player, frequently.
I mean, yeah, it's not even like it's true. Like he has been, like him.
He's been on the border. He's been on the border.
McJaba, Jay Lalu, like a season or two ago, and Zod have all been. They can't solidify themselves as in an LHL role. They can't.
No, and I think he's done a decent job of doing this so far. Of sort of starting to separate himself, and this is the first chance that Marchi's really gotten in a couple seasons. I know Zod and Lalo have been given a couple more chances recently than Marchi has, so it's good to see him take that and roll with it, and I'm happy to see that he's been doing well, but I want to see him do it more in the future. I want to see him continue to do it. The important thing is that he's been on Pittsburgh and Quebec all season long, which have been two teams that have been subpar, below average, and he's still putting up decent numbers, all things considered. I mean, he's second on his team in points, so that's something to consider. Tickle, I don't think has been around enough to necessarily be relevant to their struggles or successes, honestly. Same thing with BG. I think he's a fairly new addition that it's kind of hard to really judge him yet. Byrne, I would say, is having, I think, actually not a terrible season. If you look at his point production, he's usually around this level. It's about what you expect from him. He's more of a stay-at-home defenseman than somebody like McJaba, who's going to get involved in the play a lot. But as you can see here, I mean, he's got almost as many points as Java does. So in the exact same number of games, he's only 1 point difference. So I wouldn't say he's necessarily been a disappointment given what you would expect from him. So I mean, I think everyone on this team could play better, and I think underperformances by all of the players across the board certainly attributed to, or can be attributed to the reasons why their streak has been so poor recently and why they're ultimately probably not going to make the playoffs. But I don't know that there's any one scapegoat outside of Matt. I mean, as much as you don't want to put the blame on somebody who's not even there, he's not the one losing the games. It's just the fact of losing that first round pick, no matter what. It's going to keep coming back to that. And you're going to look at the same thing at Winnipeg last season as to the reason why they had struggles. And I would hope to see all of these players bounce back next season. Some of them are more resilient than others. And I don't want to put people down here. So I want to make sure I'm trying to be not necessarily politically correct, but I'm trying to be rude here in the comments. But we'll see what happens next season. I think a change of scenery is probably good for all of these players. I think finding their way onto a different team next season with different rosters and in a different situation overall is probably going to help. But the one I'm specifically going to be watching is Marchie, because that's the one who I think is he's in a position now where he could move up and become a bona fide starter or drop back down into LHL irrelevance.
Yeah, back into the fringe.
So anyway, so yeah, that's my prediction. I don't think they're going to wind up making the playoffs. Sorry, guys. I think I just think at this point, the hole is dug so far that what are you gonna do now? So.
Are we finally finishing on Quebec? Holy shit.
Yeah, we went on a really long tangent there with Matt.
That was at least.
But I think it's important to address, and we'll come back to that in the future, maybe on the podcast, but definitely in community meetings and whatnot this off season. We will come back to that because that is a major topic of discussion in terms of how that's impacted things. We'll look at Pittsburgh now. So. Real quick, because I guess Pittsburgh is tied in, I would say, pretty close to Quebec in many aspects. But one of the things that ties them together is the trade that they made, which was Timu and Marchie to Quebec for Otto and Evcobb. Do you think that Quebec won that trade in hindsight?
Hold on.
Johnny?
Yeah, sorry, I was just banning Panini from the chat room. What's up? What's up?
Okay, so we're attempting to move on to Pittsburgh, but one of the things that I wanted to talk about with Pittsburgh was how we thought they did in terms of trades, because they were involved in, I think it was 6 separate trades in the week leading up to the trade deadline. They were the most active team by far, shifting around players all over the place. And one of the trades they made was with Quebec. They traded Timu and Marchie to Quebec for Otto and Evcobb. And I was curious what your opinion of that trade now looking back was for Quebec before we formally move on to Pittsburgh. Alright, thanks Dick Doug.
Hold on.
Johnny, do you have any opinions on this?
To be fair, I think it was an even trade for both sides. Technically, in my opinion, I think it was more of, since Evcobb got traded to Chicago, it was more for Otto and for Timu and Marchie. And I think Marchie did actually, I think he really proved himself to be to have a bigger role than he previously had before. But in terms of who got better and who got there, I think both teams relatively stayed the same, if anything.
Yeah, and you look at sort of the numbers for Quebec, like we said, they were 3-8 before that trade and 4-7 afterwards. So, and they played 11 games on either side of that trade and finished with pretty much the same win rate for both rosters, for both iterations of their roster. So it's hard to say that Quebec necessarily won that trade. So I would have to agree with your assessment. I mean, I think it addressed the issues they were having at the time, which was a lack of goal scoring, keeping them in games. But I think they gave up so much defensively losing Evcobb, that it really hurt them in other ways that they weren't necessarily prepared to handle. And that's not meant to be a shot at any of the players who are on Quebec, but I just think, Evcobb is a fantastic player. Evcobb's a player who's going to be constantly within the realm of all-star caliber play for at least the foreseeable future anyway. And I'm not saying necessarily a top 4 defenseman, but he'll be within that range and certainly capable of making it that far. And losing somebody like that is going to be detrimental to your team defensively no matter how you look at it. And throughout their careers, I would say that neither Marchi or Timo is overly known for their ability to play defensively. Whereas you look at somebody like Otto, who does back check quite well. And I think that was an underlying aspect of that trade that wasn't really considered at the time when those GMs made it. So I think the trade in the end was fair. I don't think Pittsburgh necessarily won. I don't think Quebec necessarily won either, and obviously there's really nothing statistically to suggest that it went one way or the other. But looking at it from the perspective of Pittsburgh, it was kind of weird for Otto because Otto got traded to Pittsburgh and then away from Pittsburgh immediately, and then back to Pittsburgh later at the trade deadline. So it's been an awkward season for Otto, but he's done pretty well, and before tonight's games he was 5th in scoring. I think he's going to still wind up being 5th, or at least 5th or 6th. He'll be right there. So he's maintained statistical relevancy throughout all of that, which is pretty good considering that I think he was a little bit undervalued by some people around that point in time where those trades were being made. But he's been able to put up decent numbers there regardless, and one of the more important factors honestly in that trade is that he's been showing up. And you look at Timo, who's made 15 games, and Marchi, who's made 13, and then Otto, who after tonight will have made 21 out of 22. And that's a pretty big difference. And it shows on the scoreboard too. So but
Dahlia Max muted, Dahlia Max muted.
oh man, I've been in TeamSpeak. I hate that. If I have my mouse over the TeamSpeak program while I hold down my push to talk, it doesn't work on stream. Obnoxious. Anyway. So yeah, Pittsburgh's been all over the place with their trades. Iteration of Evcobb and myself on the roster, Gabe obviously didn't feel was working out despite the fact that we went 1-1. Not really enough time in my mind to evaluate a team, but clearly he felt he wanted to move in a different direction, and he tried to get Lucic and Leafs, and that iteration went 0-2 before he decided to pull the plug on that and said, fuck that, I'm getting Otto back. And so he got Otto and Dick Dug for Lucic and Leafs, and Otto and Dick Dug have been on the roster ever since, I think, December 6th, right? Yeah, December 6th. So
Yeah,
you guys
that's
have
right,
been there for about 2 weeks now, a little over 2 weeks. And since then, you guys are 3-4. Yes, you're 3-4. Yeah. So you're 3-4 in that time. Which isn't amazing, but isn't also terrible. Your record before all the trades were made, they were 4-7. So it's honestly a little bit better, and if you're looking at win percentage, how it's been with this iteration. So I think they got better throughout all the trades Pittsburgh did, but it was a long fucking road to get there. And I think that Gabe probably was a bit too antsy with some of the moves that he made in terms of not letting things play out enough before making a final decision. And I don't know that he was necessarily rushed into doing those. I think he sort of rushed himself into it. But as the roster stands right now, I mean, you guys are 5 points out of a playoff spot, 5 points away from Tampa. It's certainly possible. You have a game coming up against Tampa. If you win that game, you'll be at 28 points. Tampa will still be at 30. You'll both have 2 games left to play. And I'm looking at this now. You guys play Quebec and Dallas afterwards, and Tampa plays Dallas and Chicago. So Tampa Bay has a much harder schedule those final 2 games than you do. So it is entirely possible that Tampa could go 0-2 in those final games, and if you guys were to go 1-1 in those final 2 games, with beating Tampa in the head-to-head on Sunday, the 3rd, you guys would win the spot 33 points to their 30, or 32 points to their 30.
I like it. All right.
So it's entirely possible. Again, I want to just specify, this does not include tonight's game, the stats you're seeing right now. They did win tonight, so they will be at 25 points. You can verify that by going to the LHL schedule if you desire. But yeah, so it's certainly possible, and I think given the roster as it stands right now, I think it's possible. I mean, you guys showed a lot of resiliency tonight, being able to win without Gabe there. And without Proper, who, despite causing some issues internally on the team, has been pretty good on the ice for you. So I think that bodes well for you for the future.
Proper right now is that he's not starting another game in goal. It's also a plug.
Do you like your chances of making the playoffs at this point?
The chances it would be a lot better if we had won Thursday's game against Philadelphia. It was pretty far-fetched that we were going to win that game. Would have been nice, or at least to win Tuesday's game. But I like the chances. I think we can win. I think we can make the playoffs. I think we can beat Tampa, and then all we have to do is beat Quebec. And a matless Quebec is a good Quebec, and good as a good I mean beatable. But even still, we beat a mat Quebec, which we can do. And then we have Dallas. Dallas is the only team I don't like facing in that final stretch. Though Tampa plays Chicago. So I'm a bit confident, even if
Tampa plays you guys, and then they play Dallas, and then they play Chicago.
Yeah,
you guys
so
play them, and then you play Quebec.
And they win their last 2 games. We can do it. It is possible. We just have to win Sunday's game. That's all that matters.
Basically, the only way you're making it in is if they lose out. Is effectively how this works.
So they have to lose all 3
and
games.
I think the realistic scenario where you guys get in is that you beat Quebec and you beat Tampa in the head-to-head, and that puts you at, I guess it would be 31 points, and that leaves Tampa at 30, and then Tampa would have to then lose in regulation both of their games against Dallas and Chicago. If that happens, and you win 2 of your final 3, with one of them being the head-to-head with Tampa, then you guys would be in. And I think that is possible. Do I think it's likely? I don't know. That's a tough one. Yeah. Especially because it's hard to favor you guys because it's not even within your control. Obviously, whether you're eliminated immediately is within your control. You guys have to win that game on Sunday or you're out. But the fact that you guys are up against the wall like that, and even if you win that game, it's still not within your hands to earn yourself a playoff spot. You need help from Tampa for them losing the rest of their games. I think it's tough to favor you guys in this situation. But it is, again, certainly possible. It's certainly possible. I think you can do it, and the fact that both of the 2 teams that are in 5th and 6th place are still relevant in the playoff chase at this point in the season, I'm pretty happy about as it is. Just in terms of looking at this as a BOC member and trying to make the league as balanced as possible and as equitable as possible and as fair as possible, it's really, really good to see that there are still teams in it at this point in the season. where there's only 3 games to go. And that's a pretty big deal, honestly, because that means that we might not have done our job perfectly in terms of setting things up, but we've done it well enough to where we've put the league in a good position. And that's something that I can feel satisfied about, no matter how the rest of the season plays out. But anyway, so I think it's certainly possible. I'm not gonna say it's probable though. I'm gonna leave it at that. Johnny, what are your thoughts on it? You think they're gonna make it?
To be like honest, I don't think they will make it, but I don't think they will be last either.
You think they'll finish 5th?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Damn.
I was gonna say Dick Dug's probably not even paying attention, so you might not need to apologize.
I am paying attention. I'm simming my season, and I'm watching the Leafs game online. It's 2-2 by the way. I have 2 minutes gone in the third, so yeah. But they're playing Arizona right now. It's 2-2.
You're putting words in my mouth there, BG. I see that. You're putting words in my mouth. I don't want to make a bona fide prediction if I don't have to. Anyway, okay, so we'll look at Tampa now as the final team that's sort of involved in this 3-way for the final spot. So Tampa is in a much better position as they actually control their own destiny. So if they win in regulation or in overtime on Sunday, they're in. That's it. You guys are out. Both Quebec and Pittsburgh are out. So win it in for them. And also, even if they lose that game, they're still in control of their own destiny. But as we said, that's tough, as they've got games against Dallas and Chicago remaining on their schedule there, and neither of those matchups have been particularly great for them throughout this season. They are tied in the head-to-head against Dallas right now, 2-2, which is good for them, obviously. I mean, that bodes well for them. But the bigger factor, I think, in their favor is the fact that they've won their past 2 games against Dallas. And those past 2 games are against the Dallas lineup that exists currently. The 2 games they lost to Dallas were against the Dallas that included Dick Dug and I, back when Dallas was a real team that was relevant.
Damn, fucking wrecked.
Anyway,
Fuck
but
you,
yeah,
Dalfan.
since Dallas made all the moves for other players, they're 0-2 against Tampa. Now, one of those was a 5v4, so take that for what it is. 5v4 in favor of Tampa, but nonetheless, the recent games have been in favor of Dallas. So that does suggest, or I mean in favor of Tampa. So that does suggest that there is a chance for them to at least get some points out of that game, which at that point in time might be enough to lock them up a spot, depending on what happens with you guys. But their matchup with Philly, or not Philly, Chicago, has been almost worse. Since the trade deadline, they're 1-1 against Chicago with the current lineups between both teams. Both games being decided by 1 goal. So fairly close. So it's possible, again, they could win. They lost both of the games earlier in the season to Chicago, but that was a very different lineup that featured Leafs and Lucic. So not quite fair necessarily to compare those games to what it would be like now. So I would say, again, this kind of furthers along my reasoning why I think you guys are going to have a tougher time making it, is that I would be surprised if Tampa didn't find a way to get at least 1 point out of those final 2 games. And that 1 point could be enough to knock you guys out. Ultimately, in the end. Dick Dug's like not even listening. He doesn't care.
I am listening.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
I think we
So-
can make it. My only concern about making it is then we have to face fucking Philadelphia in the playoffs, and that's a fucking tough road ahead.
Well, we're talking about Tampa now, Dick Dug. So
Tampa, I'm not gonna say we will get it, but you can fucking.
let's assume that Tampa makes it, because they're in the spot right now. So
Okay.
looking at their future, we'll assume that they make it. Now, that would
Even
mean
though
that
they won't
they're
win.
slated to play Philly. Now, their record against Philly, they're done playing them this season, but their record against Philly has not been good. They're 1-4 against Philly. And the last time the two teams played against one another, it was a full 5v5. Everyone was there, and Tampa Bay lost 7-1 in 2 periods. So, not pretty. The rest of their series head-to-head has been pretty close, actually. Like I believe I said this earlier when we were talking about sort of predictions for who was going to make it those final seeds in the playoff chase. They have been close in the past, but recent history suggests that Philly is pulling away from Tampa, and the series is sort of trending in the wrong direction for Tampa. But funnily enough, the one game that Tampa beat Philly was when Claude wasn't there. Also, one of the 2 times that the only time that Tampa has beaten Chicago was also when Claude was not there. Does that mean that theoretically, if in the first round Claude doesn't play a single game, does Tampa have a better chance of winning the series? I'm semi-trolling. I'm semi-trolling. Like I'm trolling a little bit, but at the same time, like it's interesting that there were 0 for 8 against Philly and Chicago throughout the entirety of the season, and then in the 2 games that Claude didn't show up for against those 2 teams, they won both of them.
I'm just gonna say that it seems to me when I watch their games without Claude, there seems to be more puck movement. I don't want to say like Claude is bad and all, but it seems that without Claude, there seems to be more puck movement around and more of a team effort.
Talking to Jerry right now. I'm gonna see if he'll come in and give us an interview, but Jerry seems fairly confident in their ability against Philadelphia no matter what. Direct quote from him, he says, "Philly is full of fags."
Damn.
And that Tampa's going to step it up when they make it to the playoffs. When they make it to the playoffs.
Damn.
Well, all JLalu does is steal goals, so.
Alright, I'm pulling Jerry in. He's going to get to talk for himself.
Buddy was moved to your channel.
Alright, Jerry, those are some
Is he
bold
muted?
words
No,
there,
he's
Jerry.
there.
He's there. Jerry, defend yourself. You got some bold words.
What's going on?
Welcome to the foreskin forecheck, by the way. Now defend your
Okay.
statement saying that,
That you're going to beat Philly. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
that they're all
we're gonna
fags.
beat Philly. No worries. We just
See,
gotta
Is it in the bag?
silently DDoS Claude and we'll be good.
So you're of the opinion that you guys have a better chance without Claude?
Oh my god.
No, I'm not gonna say that.
He's not going to say it publicly, but we all know the truth.
No. I'm not gonna say that.
So you feel confident in your chances against them. Is there a reason for that, other than the fact that they're full of fags?
I mean, that's the primary reason.
Okay.
But we just gotta I don't even know. But I feel confident. Because Zam's a fag. Gilal's a fag. Taze is a fag.
Damn.
Just going down the list here. Fucking kill him, dude.
What about
No.
Briz? Is he a fag too?
Oh, he's alright.
What about Zam? Is he a fag or?
He already said Zam's a fag.
Oh,
He's the biggest one.
damn.
Oh, damn.
Damn.
There's a lot of shit talking here.
Now, what if you don't make the playoffs? What if Pittsburgh comes back was 3-0 and you go 1-3?
Then
Or is that another question? Like, in your mind, that is physically impossible that you will not win a single game.
if that happens, I will kill myself.
Alright,
This
you heard
just
it here
in,
first.
This
It's
just
confirmed.
in, Pittsburgh going for 3-0.
Jerry will kill himself. Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Oh.
If you don't kill yourself, Dick will kill you for yourself.
I will assist in suicide. We will do doctor-assisted suicide. I will get my
I think-
PhD in medicine. And I
Does
will
that
help
make
kill
you an
yourself.
accomplice to murder?
No, Because because I'm pretty sure in England assisted suicide's a thing.
If
You can and especially doctor assisted suicide. If I become
Well,
a medical
the
practitioner,
thing
I
is,
can kill.
none of us here are in England, so I don't see how that's
not
relevant.
Right now. Not right now.
Not even I am in England right
Are
now.
you
Dick.
are you planning on being in England when you assist
I
his
can.
suicide?
Yes, I will be.
You're gonna be in England when you
The
assist his
fact that you
suicide.
guys are saying England has offended me quite a lot.
Where are you from?
Well, see, we know you're from Scotland, or at least I do anyway. I don't know about Dick Doug. Haven't you seen his kilt, Dick Doug? And his
Yeah.
Wait, you're from
bagpipes?
Scotland?
Are you-
Wow. How
you
many
kidding me
what
right
kind
now?
No, what turns do you have? What turns do you have? Let's compare turns.
I don't even have a kilt.
I own 6. I'm in Canada.
You're more Scottish than I am.
Yeah.
How did you not
But-
know he was Scottish?
I don't talk to Jerry.
Well, that's your
Pretty
fucking
spoken.
loss.
I know it is. I apologize.
Should be sorry. Just like Philly's gonna be sorry after the first round
Oh,
of the
yeah.
playoffs.
You know,
Oof.
I've scored 2 goals this season. They've both been against Philly, so
Have they really?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you got their number, dude.
Oh, fuck off, Johnny. It wasn't.
Oh, fuck off, Johnny.
Oh man,
Alright,
it's
well,
some top keck banter going on right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Well, thank you for coming on, Jerry. Hopefully you guys do make the playoffs, so you can back up your trash talk.
All those fags.
I hope Sam listens to this, or he is listening to this.
I think Tay. Well, I don't know. Taze listens to. I know he listens to the Philly part. I don't know if he'll listen to the Tampa Bay part. Maybe we can tell him to listen to it. I suppose you could just tell them yourselves that they're all fags, right?
Yeah, I could, but that wouldn't be as cool.
True.
Just when you're talking about Philly, just bring up how
Bring
gay
it
they
up
are.
that they're all fags.
Yeah,
All right, I'll make sure
Let us
to
bomb
toss
each
that
other
in
in
the
the hole.
analysis.
yeah. They've got
Okay.
the gayest locker room in the LHL.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thanks, Jerry.
Buddy was moved out of your
Yeah.
channel.
All right. So
Alright.
there's the official prediction from Jerry.
They are fags.
They are fags. They are fags. Tampa will win in the first round. I'd love to agree with Jerry. I mean, at least outside of that final game that they played against Philly, the series has been close, so I'll give them that. I think no matter what, it would be a close series, but I think it would also be a mistake not to favor Philly in that situation, especially given how they've played all season long. Even if their sexual orientation suggests that they like men, I don't know that they're necessarily a bad team, and I don't know if that will impact their ability to win the series against Tampa. But I've been surprised before, so we'll see what happens there. Jerry's talking big game. We'll see if he can back it up on the ice.
Talking big fags.
But yeah, so outside of that, I mean, I think the only player on Tampa that I personally have been a little bit disappointed in is probably Cap, honestly, and I really hope he listens to this. That's the main reason why I'm saying it, but I mean, I think Cap can produce more and better than he has been able to this season. I think 26 points for him at like 1.25 points a game is an underachievement from him. And I know a lot of people have been sort of down on his ability since the season where he was on Atlanta and they lost, which was I think season 7, where he scored almost 40 points or over 40 points that season. I think a lot of
Yeah,
people
they
have been
lost
sort of
him.
down
That's
on
right.
his ability since then, but I do think he is actually a fairly talented forward, and I think in most situations you'd see him score more than what he's scored so far this season. Obviously, there could be a wealth of reasons as to why that's there, or why that's happening. But I think he is better than what he's shown. I also think Crab would perform better statistically if he was in an offensive role. I mean, that seems obviously pretty simple and straightforward to say. But I think Crab is one of the best playmakers in the game from a wing position where he can just set up the center over and over again. I mean, that's what he excels at. And while his talents can certainly be useful from the defensive end, breaking out the puck, I think he's even more useful if he can get up and get involved in the play more in the front end than being relegated to the back end. So I think you will see a better season from him statistically speaking if he's in a role where he's finally playing offense again and not still playing defense. I just don't think that that's really the best natural position for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, honestly, I haven't been blown away by Cap. There's a few players I haven't blown away from, and Cap's not one of them. Like, 26 points, that's good for 26 points is good. Unfortunately, it's not good enough to get you. Oh my God, Jill has 62 points. Sweet fucking Jesus.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
That's like, it's unfortunate this season. It's not enough to get you onto the top performers. Though 26 points, that's over a point a game. That's incredibly good for a forward. Though I think we put our expectations a bit high after that Atlanta season. But I think 26 points, maybe 30 points is where can we...
Oh yeah, I mean, look,
expect
I don't think Cap is the type of player who's capable of scoring at like over 2 points a game. I think that sort of 2 points a game limit is probably around like between 2 and 2.25 is probably the limit of like what you would consider like an above average goal scorer in the LHL. Or I should say really point scorer, really. We're basing it off points, not goals entirely. I think that's really sort of like a cutoff point, or it's sort of developing to be some sort of cutoff point in a way. And that's not to say anyone below that is bad by any means, because there's a variety of reasons for why you could be below that or why you would be below that. You look at someone like Claude, who's at 1.95 right now, and I mean that's pretty damn close, but it's still technically not at our that limit that I just set there. And most people would consider Claude to be a fairly talented goal scorer in the league. But I think he could be closer to that number than what he's shown this season and even last season. And I think you could expect to see more from him. I think his ceiling is higher than what we're getting right now. Whether or not we'll ever see that again with how much he plays other games now and how little he puts into hockey as opposed to what he did season 7, I don't know if we'll ever really see him reach that peak again, but he's certainly capable of it. And it's something that I would at least hope to see him reach at least once more in his career.
Yeah, it would be quite good if we could see him reach that again.
I mean, the LHL needs it. The more talented players, the better. And it's not, I should say, necessarily a lack of talent, but just not necessarily a great season out of him so far, and I'm sure he'll be one of the first people to tell you that. So I think he knows he can be better than what he's given, and again, I want to see him rebound next season, but obviously there's question marks surrounding him, and I think he's got something to prove next season, or even in the playoffs this season. I think he's got something to prove after 2 consecutive seasons of being below what the expectations of him probably were coming into the season. Outside of that,
we put expectations high for everyone, really, and unfortunately we shouldn't, but we do, and then we expect the moon and the stars from some of these guys.
Well, the reality is, when you're an LHL starter, right, there is a certain level of play that is expected of you, and I mean that's just how it is. There are 30 starting positions in the league in total in the LHL. So you're expected to be one of the top 30 players in the game if you are a starting LHL player. I think that's a fair statement to make. You're expected to be one of the top 30 players that are playing competitively in North America. And I think he's certainly within the top 30. But I think he's lower down on that list than what he probably could be, and that's sort of my gripe with him recently in the past 2 seasons, is that I think he's underperforming, and I think a lot of it is that obviously the team he was on season 7 was significantly better than the team he's been on either of the past 2 seasons, but he was also playing considerably more hockey during season 7. Like he was on multiple hours a day every day. And now there's just other things going on, and he's just not dedicating as much time. And I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing sort of a difference in point production from him.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely like the skill level's dropped, but I still think like the actual skill is there. I think he can still be a 35-point kind of guy. I still think he can do that.
Yeah, I think he's capable. I think he's capable of breaching that 35-point mark. He could still reach 30 points before this season. He could still technically reach 35 too. I don't think it's necessarily entirely out of the realm of possibility, though I wouldn't say it's likely. But keep in mind that when he reached 42 points, I think it was, season 7, that was in 20 games. And this season he's got 26 points in 21 games. So, something to consider. Outside of that, I don't think there's been any major underperformers on that team. I will give a shout out to Jerry, who did come in here earlier, who I think is really starting to prove himself to be a bona fide starting LHL caliber defenseman. Not necessarily the type that's going to be putting up points every game, but he's been consistently reliable for that team throughout the course of the season, not only in his ability to contribute defensively, but also just in how much he shows up. I mean, I believe he's made every single game so far, and he's on a 6-hour time difference.
Yep.
So that's pretty legit right there. It's hard to find people that show up that consistently, and he's doing it from a totally different time zone, like drastically different time zone, like where he should be asleep during the LHL games.
Yeah.
But he makes it work, and he shows up and he plays really damn well. He plays some damn nice hockey. He knows what he's doing, and it's great to see, especially in a role where we've had some question marks over the past couple of seasons. There's been a number of defensemen who have really been stepping up of late, between this season and last season, that are really starting to prove themselves. And 3 that immediately come to mind, not to say that any of the others have been disappointing, but some of the ones that have jumped out in the last 3 seasons would be Jerry, Johnny, Trev Crow, and I was just thinking of the name. Java. In terms of people that you might not have expected to be LHL defensemen at this point in time.
Thank you.
You're doing good, Johnny. You're doing good, Johnny. Whether or not you make the All-Stars, Johnny, you're a great player. You're a great defenseman. I believe
Let's not
that.
get into that.
You're 10 out of 10 with Bangan.
Again, what are you trying to say, Dick Doug?
I mean, all I'm saying is that me and Johnny, we've those commissioner parties get pretty intense, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no thanks.
Wow.
Damn,
Alright.
fucking wrecked.
Damn.
I'm with
I'm
you,
gonna
Johnny.
Cry in a corner.
The
Holy
fuck
shit.
that shit. Who wants to be a part of that?
Yeah, I think I'd rather
Dalfan.
stay at home.
Damn. I really hope the missus is listening right now, because that was hilarious.
Alright, so we'll keep going up the standings. We'll look at Chicago next. Do you want to let Dalfan know that in like 5-10 minutes we'll bring him down here for
He's eating
some
right
Dallas
now,
talk?
but
Well, yeah. Alright, so let him know so that at least he understands before we pull him in. If he's not ready, we'll skip over to Philly and then we'll grab him. But yeah, so I'm going to pretend like tonight's game didn't happen. And pretend like the team morale isn't shit at the moment. But outside of that, we've been okay since the trade deadline and the trades that happened. I would actually say, honestly, that at least record-wise, I mean, the team has been worse record-wise since the trades. And obviously I haven't been on Chicago for the previous however many games it was. I think 13 games. Yeah, I played 8 with them, and they played 13 before I got there. Or 9, actually. I played 9 games since... Oh yeah, I played 9 games now with them. That's crazy. That's weird. Anyway, so... It's been worse. Since those trades happened and they got rid of Lucic and Leafs, the team is 5-4 since then, when beforehand they were 9-4. So clearly not achieving the same level of success, and I'm sure there's a variety of reasons as to why that's happening and what could be attributed to that. I think, at least I anyway, looked at the trade of Evcobb and I for Lucic and Leafs to be a bit of a loss in talent for Chicago. I think Chicago took
I think
a
Tall played a bit much to get UNF Cobb.
Yeah,
That's a really
I
steep price
think
he had to pay.
considering that both of them are first rounders. I mean, Lucic and Leafs were the fourth and fifth picks overall in the draft. So getting like anytime you trade away the fourth and fifth overall picks in the draft, like you better be getting good return for it. And I think he did overpay, and I think he knew that at that point in time. But I know that there was some personality issues within the team that were becoming more and more of a problem, and that's a big part of the reason why the trade was made. Unfortunately, the lack of success that the team has had of late is causing some, not necessarily personality issues, but I would say more morale issues internally. And I won't get into that too much, but there's definitely question marks within the organization about where we are right now and where we're headed, as we're certainly not trending in the right direction given our recent games. We've been pretty back and forth throughout the entire time that I've been here. We won our first game and lost two, then won three, then lost one, then won one, then lost one. So we've been really up and down, back and forth, and I don't think we've really reached the point through any of our games, even our wins, where we've really felt confident and comfortable in the way that we play, in the sense of like we could definitely be a number one team in this league, because I think there's been so many instances of us playing far away from our capability that it's sort of starting to cast a shadow of a doubt as to what we might truly be capable of consistently. And that's been the biggest problem, is just the lack of consistency from game to game. And a big part of that has to do with some serious lag and ping issues for PK, and some issues in having to swap out defensemen frequently and playing with different styles. But a lot of it is going to come back to the same thing, which is just that we're individually not playing as well as we could be. And that's been the biggest root of our problem so far, is that we're just making simple mistakes individually, like mishandling pucks here or there, or hesitating too long before taking a shot, like things like that. And it's piling up within certain games and ultimately causing us to lose games that we probably should be winning. So while it's promising to look back and think that, oh, we could have won this game if these two things, went our way differently, and think, oh, well, those are fixable mistakes, I think there's question marks and comments you can make regarding the fact that those problems are coming up as consistently as they are. We are consistently inconsistent, to use I don't even know what to call that.
Yeah.
It's probably the best way I can describe it, though. I mean, we are consistently inconsistent. So I think at our peak we could definitely compete for a cup, but I think it's hard to say how often we'll really play at our peak, and I think that's something that's weighing heavily on the minds of a lot of our players, especially after tonight losing a game that I'm sure some of them thought was going to be an easier victory. So certainly,
all I'm gonna say,
go ahead.
it was a close game. It was
was.
It was a one-goal game. It was one goal.
It was, and I mean that's been the case for pretty much every game we played, even our wins. Yeah, every game we've played, literally every game with the exception of 2. So 7 of our 9 last games were 1-goal games, and the other 2 of those games were 2-goal games. Both of them losses, if that makes a difference. So we're playing really, really tight games, which in my mind sort of shows that we're playing up and down to the level of the opponent pretty much every time.
Which you can't do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's great that we're playing up to the level of teams like Dallas and Philly, who have been great all season long. But against teams who have been struggling, like we can't play down to the level of Quebec and Pittsburgh and Tampa. And again, that's not to say that those teams are bad or that there's anything wrong with those players. But throughout the course of the season, I think it's fair to say that we've been better than that. We've been better than that. We've shown we're capable of playing better than that. So I think it's fair to say that it's a disappointment when we don't reach that level. And finding out why that's becoming an issue is difficult, is very difficult. And that's one of the things that GMs like Dalfan make their name on, is being able to identify significant issues in a team like that and address them. And those really are not easy to do. Coming up with solutions for things like that is not simple, especially when you can't just take the easy way out of saying, well, let's just make a roster change. I mean, there comes a point in time where you can't do that, and you really have to just figure shit out on your own. And the ability to handle a situation like that and determine what's going wrong and determine how to fix it really speaks to the ability to not only lead but coach a team. And right now, I think we're looking for that sort of leadership from anybody, because I don't think any of us are showcasing it well enough at this point. I don't know how you feel about it, Johnny. I don't know. Do you want to speak to it at all, or?
I think that we all are underperforming in our case, that all of us should have a responsibility of, playing at the highest skills level that we can play at. And there are times when we showcase it, and then there are times that we don't. So I think that, like what you said, the inconsistency comes into play. But I honestly have no idea at this moment.
The weird thing is, from my perspective too, of just like, I've gone back and looked through some of our games and going through it, trying to identify it, and it's even it's within games. It's not even like we're playing well as a whole for one game and then we don't play well as a whole for the next game. It's like we play one great period of hockey, and then we follow that up with one of our worst periods of hockey. Like, one of the first games we played was against Dallas, where we lost 4-2 to them, and we were up 1-0 after the first period, playing a great game. Second period, they score 4 goals against us, and we're down 4-1 after the second period. And that game itself, I think, has been like sort of a microcosm for our season so far. And we came back in the third period, and we score 1 goal, they don't score any. So if we play 2 periods of hockey, we win that 2-0. But where we played that one terrible period right in the middle, where we just made mistake after mistake after mistake and allowed them to just take advantage of us over and over again, we wind up losing that game 4-2. So it's situations like that over and over and over again that are compounding and piling up and resulting in losses that we really shouldn't be taking. And even in a lot of our wins, we have 6 overtime wins, which is the most any team has ever had in the LHL. We also played the most OT games any team has ever played in one season at 6. So to show how close our games have been. But there are a lot of cases in those OT games where we could have been winning these games of regulation, and instead we're missing out on points taking it to OT. I mean, we've got 14 wins. Dallas has 12, and yet they're ahead of us by 3 points in the standings. Tampa Bay has more regulation wins than we do, and they're 4th seed, potentially not even going to be in the playoffs. Like, there's a realistic chance that they could finish in the playoffs, and even Quebec or Pittsburgh, whoever finishes in 5th, could potentially have more regular season victories than a 2nd or 3rd place team in Chicago, which is just weird to think about, really. So it's hard to speak to it objectively, obviously, while being on the team. But we have to address the inconsistencies, or I'm worried that even though we've already made the postseason, it might not matter.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So I don't know how much you watch Dallas. Oh my god, I keep like I've been on so many teams this season. I can't even fuck. I don't know how much you watch Chicago TikTok, but if you have any other opinions you'd like to share before we move on to Dallas.
All I've watched of Chicago is what was tonight, and while that's not a very large spectrum to go off of and be like, I know everything about this, but like, you guys like you guys had a lot of puck possession. There was a stretch for the second period, but it was like 2 or 1 minute in, where you guys had all this pressure and you could not convert, whether they be self-play double hitting or us blocking it fantastically. You guys just couldn't get a bounce. You guys couldn't buy a goal, and whether like it's just you guys can't get the offense going. You guys always seemed to be a step or like a bounce behind. Something wasn't going your way. And I felt that it had to do with how the team, like you guys are playing, and it didn't seem like you guys were all on the same page. Like it felt like everyone was trying to do different stuff. Like you and Tall, it didn't seem like you guys are meshing. It was easy to like keep one of you guys off the other one and such. It was easy to do that. But
tonight was tough in the sense of we were playing with Goose tonight. And that's somebody we haven't played with once at all this season. We just picked him up off free agency and we asked him to play defense. And playing in front of PK, who had so much pain that he had a hard time doing anything either. So I don't want to use that as an excuse. I want to put it on the table before I make my next point, is that I think we were uncomfortable tonight and what we were doing, and I think it showed in our play. Like we were a step off on everything because we were playing in a situation that we weren't used to playing in before. And while we did have 3 of our starters sort of in their right place, playing under normal situations and normal circumstances, the other 2 spots in the ice were not something we were used to playing with. And I don't want to say that either of them were a problem, either Goose or PK were a problem, because I don't believe that they were. I don't believe they were the reason why we lost. And I don't want it to sound like that. But I think the lack of coherency between team members and understanding what's going on and what we're trying to do with the play certainly plays into situations like this and why ultimately we lost the game tonight. But even outside of this one particular game tonight, I mean, that's obviously the only thing you can really speak to right now, but I think you can't really use that same excuse for the other losses we've had. And you take out the loss from tonight and we're 5-3, which, you know, it isn't terrible. We're still over 500 no matter what, so it's not like we're a garbage team or anything. And we've shown the ability to beat both Dallas and Philly, and that's important given that they're the 2 teams above us. But certainly having trouble getting a sound lead over another team, and that's something that's been a problem across the board outside of just tonight, even with our starters. So I think whatever the root of the problem really is something that stretches beyond just the comfort level that we were playing at with the lineup changes we had in games like tonight. And I know one of the biggest problems that I've had personally is that I know Tal and I just have not played as well together or individually as either of us would expect of one another or of each other. Tal and I generally have some pretty great chemistry between us. I mean, Dick, you were on our team together when we won the finals,
you guys were
season 7, and the 2 of us were able to work off each other beautifully. And that was a huge part of the reason for our success that season. Obviously not the only reason. There was some fantastic play all across the ice or we wouldn't have won the cup. But the 2 of us worked together incredibly well. And this season we've had a lot of trouble getting that going between each other. And it's not just our ability to play together, it's also our ability to play individually. And a lot of people probably look at the season I'm having and they're like, oh, well, you know, he's got 52 points, like he's second in the league in points, like that's fine, like that's really good. But I mean, I consider it to be a disappointment, honestly, which I always get shit for saying that I play badly, but in my mind I do. I mean, I'm not taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented enough. I mean, we're getting scoring chances, like you said tonight. It's not like we're losing on a lack of scoring chances. But the fact that we're not able to put games away by scoring a second or a third goal above the other team, I mean, that I put a lot of that on my own shoulders, as I'm the primary goal scorer for this team, and I don't think I'm personally taking enough advantage of the opportunities that are presented to me. And I think that's been a big part of the reason why we've been struggling. Because I think if you look statistically, like, we're letting up only 2.8 goals a game, and that's pretty good. I mean, that's I think third best in the league. Like, it's not like we're having an issue there, and we're giving up second best shots against in the league. So it's hard to really look at the team defensively and say that that's an issue, or goaltending and say that that's a root of the problem, which is why I think majority of the blame falls mostly on Tal and myself, and that extends beyond just our ability to put pucks in the net, but also our leadership. And I don't think we've shown strong enough leadership throughout the course of the 9 games that we've been here. And I mean, that's something that obviously Tal is the GM, but I consider myself to still be sort of a captain of sorts of the team, and I consider it my responsibility to help maintain that veteran leadership. And I just don't think we've had that here, and a lot of that falls on my shoulders. So even though it might look like I'm having a good season, I think this has actually been my worst season in 5v5 since season 6, I think. I think both season 7 and 8 were considerably better than this season for me. But,
Yeah.
so that's pretty much all I got
It's been
on
a rough season
Chicago.
all around for a lot of people.
Is Dalfan there?
Dalfan is there. Do you want to pull him in? We get on the Dallas. Get off this fucking, and we can actually finish the LHL before midnight. 2 hours.
Buddy was moved
All
to
right,
your channel.
Dalfan. Welcome to the foreskin forecheck, the Dick Dyal pile.
How's it going, Dalf?
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah,
sir.
he's
Thanks
alive.
for having me.
No problem, buddy. No problem. Fuck you for trading, by the way.
You're totally a stranger. We've never had you on this show before. I don't know.
I don't know if I've ever talked to either of you before.
I don't think
Who
I
are
know
you?
you.
I mean, like I've heard your names and stuff. But I don't think I've ever like had a one-on-one personal convo with you guys. So
Well,
that's
it's nice
interesting.
to meet you. I'm Dial. This is Dick Doug. We're here with Johnny Hockey too.
Johnny
Yeah.
Hockey's kind of a bum. He thinks everyone's fagger.
Oh, Johnny Hockey's a legend. I already know who he is, but
Oh,
you guys are kind of new,
true,
so.
true.
Damn.
So
All right, tell us about Dallas. Tell us about your team. Is it bad? Is it good? Are they all full of fags?
Tell you about Dallas. We're in a pretty okay spot right now. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about performance? You want to talk about
Yeah, how's the team
drama?
looking?
What do you talk about?
Yeah, tell us about some drama. Tell us what like the
So
Tell us about
the
all right. How about a more specific question? Since you are all over the place here, Dick Doug. Do you think you guys actually have a chance to get first seed, and is that something you're actually aiming to do, or are you comfortable just getting second/third at this point, and you're just gonna stick there?
I've fancied at it. I've kind of dreamt and I've looked at
you're fancy down.
at what it would be required in order for us to get there, and obviously it would be nice to be facing that Tampa/Pittsburgh team instead of Chicago. It all comes down to how we play on the second, or I think the third, and it's going to be really tough because that Sunday I won't be there. So the head-to-head with Philly is obviously going to be a must in order to get to that spot, and then Philly has to drop a game after that. So I mean, it's not out of the question, and it's something that, like I said, I would fancy, but it's not necessary per se. And I am kind of interested to see how Tampa/Pittsburgh performs against them. It's kind of reminiscent of season 7 when Winnipeg said Atlanta, and Atlanta was kind of, taser, and they were the stacked team, and they were first throughout the whole season, and then they got kind of upset. So I think it would be nice to be able to say, like, beat Philly in the finals, and then that's what you have to do, opposed to. But regardless, I think second or first. It's not like I'm complacent per se, but first would be nice. Second is the
Still pretty damn
I
good.
expect at least second.
Okay.
We want home ice,
Okay. So assuming you finish second, then as we spoke about, realistically probably going to wind up playing Chicago. Are you comfortable in that matchup? I know there's a lot of players there that you've played with and against frequently before, so there's probably going to be, or you're going to have a good idea in general of the things they'll probably want to try to do on the ice.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird to talk about whether, like, who I want to face, given that you're like one of the major key players for that team. But I think for Chicago, and Johnny Hockey's here too, so it's kind of weird. But I think for Chicago, I think it's a bit easier to kind of expose their defense and get in there. I think that's a matchup that I'd like, and something that we can create. We can create insecurities through a 7-game series that I'm not sure necessarily how tall will react in being in the GM position, facing elimination. It's just kind of a rookie situation almost, as opposed to an experienced team like Dallas. But then again, Dallas isn't necessarily filled with the same vets. So I do like the Chicago matchup. I think it'll go long, at least 6 games. But and there's a wild card with attendance, and it's going to be interesting, no doubt. So I like the matchup, and I think we'll come out at top, though.
Are you happy with this iteration of the team? Do you feel as though the trades you made put your team in the best possible position to succeed? Or are you a little bit hesitant on some of the trades you made earlier? And I'm not just asking this because I want you to tell me like, oh, I wish I still had you and Dick Dug. Like, I'm legitimately
If only you
curious
said that,
if
if
you
only.
feel as though the trades you've made so far have put you in your mind the best position to potentially win a cup.
I'd say no. The trades I made have not been in the best position to win a cup. I regret one trade, but fortunately the BOC bailed
What's
me
that
out and
trade?
canceled
Oh
that
yeah,
trade.
yeah.
So right now,
Yeah.
because of the trades that I made, I'm not totally confident in them. But fortunately, one of them didn't go through, and now I'm in the best position to win a cup. I'm very happy with the team I've got. And when you subtract the one trade that didn't go through, it's the trade I made. It's a trade I agreed with. And if that trade had gone through, I don't think I'd be in the best spot to win a cup.
Yeah, how
because I don't
fucked would
think
you be
Matt
right
would be
now?
showing up.
Yeah, you'd be
I
pretty
would have
bad
been,
right now.
we've been playing some 5v4s because I've been headed home for the holidays, and I can only imagine how it would be if we didn't have Meatsale and Trevco there, and Matt wasn't showing up. There'd be a lot of forfeits. So fortunately, I'm not in that spot, and that trade didn't go through, and now I think I am in the best position to capture a third straight cup. Not to say that I'm like confident, or not to say that like it's going to be easy or anything like that, but I think this is the best team that I could have in this season. There's nothing else really that I could have done to really improve on what I have right now.
Do you miss having Dick Dug on your team?
I don't miss the conflict between Meatsale and Dick Dug.
I don't miss it either. Honestly, fucking Quebec is so peaceful. Jesus Christ.
You're not on Quebec.
I mean, it's the team. What's that team I'm on? Yeah, that one.
What the fuck?
Right.
This guy.
Pittsburgh's peaceful. I'm not having fucking meat sale BM my ear every 5 fucking seconds, which is nice to have. The worst thing I have to worry about is proper cheese not showing up, which I've settled, and yeah, we all know about that. But yeah, I'm happy to see Dallas doing good. I'm not happy to see I'm not on the team and it's doing good, but it's that's life of the LHL, I guess. Anyway.
Right.
Assuming you would make it through the first round, then do you think you're going to wind up playing Philadelphia? And if you do you like your chances against them? Given that they've shown pretty strong ability to beat you guys, as the last 3 matches against them have been 5-0 Philly, 4-0 Philly, and 4-1 Philly.
I guess I'm not sure how many matchups we've really had with our full roster versus theirs. I know we beat them once earlier, Dallas did, but that was way, way before with a different lineup. I don't think we've gotten a really fair shot at trying to beat Philly with this current lineup, and we won't get that unless we make it to the finals and they make it to the finals, because I won't be there on what is that, Sunday, and so it's really just going to be a wild card. If Philly comes in and trounces all over us again, and maybe it's going to give them some kind of false confidence to where they went 4-0 versus us or something like that in the regular season. And so I'm not confident per se. I guess confidence is kind of a weird way to put it. conceited about it. I don't think that it's going to be easy. I think that it's going to be a series. I think it's going to go both ways, assuming both teams make it to the finals. It's a long, long way out. So, um, I think that we have the means to compete with them, and there's steps that we need to take before we get there in order to make sure that we are competing with them. If and when we get there. And obviously, I don't know, for Philly, I'd be rooting for an upset, just because I think anyone would be if they're Chicago would be probably rooting for an upset as well in that series. But regardless of who we're facing, it's going to be a tough competition, just like we saw in Season 7 when Winnipeg upset, and we were so excited that it was going to be easy in the finals, and then we almost lost. Um, so you can't really count anyone out.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the best things actually about the league in this current state is that any team is able to win in a 7-game scenario. And I mean, it really depends on who shows up to play. Like I think Atlanta was probably the best team in the league Season 7, but they had a couple bad games at the worst possible time, and just like that, they're out. And that's all it takes. If you have 2 bad days of hockey and you lose 4 games in a row, which I mean, it sounds like it's tough to do, but really is not that hard. You just don't play well the first game, you're on tilt the second game, come back on Tuesday, don't play well the first game, on tilt the second game. Like, that's a pretty realistic scenario that happens pretty frequently. Like, and that could be the end of a season, no matter how good your team has been throughout the regular season. Mentality is a huge, huge thing in a best of 7 series, and that's something that your teams have throughout playoff history, or I guess I should say 5v5 playoff history, have shown an ability to overcome.
Yeah, and I think the composure to be able to battle that comes from the regular season, comes from facing adversity. And so that's really underrated. And when you look at the exact semantics of how Atlanta got eliminated, it was through a lack of chemistry, a lack of trust in each other to be able to hand off that puck and trust that someone else will be able to score. And somebody else will be able to tie this game. It doesn't have to be me, and that's a really hard trust. It's really hard to not enforce, but put onto all of your players in the regular season and have success. And to be able to have that composure in the face of adversity is something that's really hard and is overlooked a lot of the time by top teams. And it's something that we never nailed out in Season 8. Unfortunately, we never faced it.
If you were in the shoes of Philadelphia, this is a pretty speculatory question, but speaking about dealing with adversity, do you think this has the potential to be another Atlanta-like situation where they weren't really tested enough during the regular season, and when it comes to it and their backs up against the wall, would you be worried if you were on that team that you might not know what to do should you face a 2-game deficit in a series early on?
Yeah, I think it would startle them a bit, and I think it really originates from shutting down their offense and being able to really have a good defense against them. I think that'll really scare them. If you can have a really strong defensive game against them, a team that's routed so many games and scored probably at the high, I think maybe the highest rate since in a long time, or at least
They're up there.
among some
They're
of the
one of the
best.
best offenses in a while. Yeah, I think we were better last season on Dallas than they've been this season, but they're right up there in that group, where they're over 4 goals a game. And in 5v5, if you break 4 goals a game as a team, that's pretty special. There's only a handful of teams that have been able to do that. I think maybe 4 in total in 5v5 history. So that's a pretty
Mhm.
big accomplishment.
So I mean that's going to be a really big key for us. I think specifically remember maybe it might have been Leafs or somebody, one of the defensemen for Atlanta, um, was very just. It was Taze actually. Taze said the reason they lost that was because the forwards just stopped scoring. Forwards stopped scoring, and they didn't understand what to do because they had been scoring all season long, and then suddenly they didn't, and so they had no offense, and then they lost, and they couldn't figure out. They couldn't pause and look at the film and recognize what's going wrong, because the forwards had done it themselves all through season, and suddenly it stopped working. They had figured it out throughout the season by themselves. They had never gotten assistance, so when they couldn't figure it out, they didn't know what to do, and suddenly they just kind of collapsed and lost in 5 games. So, you know, it's a completely different season. And it was 2 seasons ago. It's different players, and Zam's a very good GM, so it's not going to be just like this roll over and die situation. But it'll be interesting, depending on if you can really shut down their offense, challenge them in ways that they're not used to. It's going to be interesting to see how they react.
Okay. Last question I have for you, which feel free if you don't want to answer this. Do you want to give any insight into the situation with Lucic and why you made the decision you did? Again, if you don't feel comfortable sharing any of this information publicly, then don't feel obligated to.
Yeah, I have no problem responding to it. I'll start off by saying that it was 100% my responsibility. It was my fault that it happened. I should have been there to make sure that behavior did not happen. And if I had been there, I wasn't there. For those of you who don't know, I wasn't there for the game. And then this happened. So it completely falls back on me. And what makes it even more egregious is that I wasn't there because I mixed up my time zones. And as a GM, that's just totally unacceptable. So for me, it's 100% my fault that it happened. And it wouldn't have happened if I was there. There's a matter of professionalism that occurs when the GM is there versus what they can get away with and they're not. So the fact that I wasn't there means it's my fault. And the easiest thing to do would maybe be to just sweep it under the rug and say, hey, we got the win, and just move on and pretend like it didn't happen. But I don't think that's something that would benefit the team. I don't think it's something that would benefit Lucic. I don't think it would benefit our inter-team relations. So we're serious about Lucic taking the next step. And, it's situations like this that communicate to him that this won't be tolerated. And we expect a certain level of professionalism. And it's time to start making better decisions, not only for Lucic, but as a team. And for Lucic, there's a history there. And it comes a time, maybe that time is coming to a team where there's a GM who's going to tell it how it is. For a lot of Lucic's history, most GMs have just kind of taken the bad with the good and tried to make it worthwhile. And so and so will happen, but he's so talented. But for me, I want to split those up and say this is the good. We want the good Lucic. We don't want the bad Lucic. And so for this, it's embarrassing for our team. It's embarrassing for me. It's embarrassing for Quebec. It's totally embarrassing. If I had been Quebec, I probably would have walked out on that game because that's just totally disrespectful. And the fact that I almost wish that they had won just because it's totally embarrassing and disrespectful for them. And it's embarrassing for the league. And there's casters who take time out of their day to come in and cast these games. And for the players just to shit all over them like that, it's just totally disrespectful. So, that's kind of how it is. I've spoken with Lucic, and he's disappointed. Obviously, he's disappointed, but he understands and just recognizes that this is what needs to happen in order to move forward with the team. And I've asked him to stay warm, keep playing the game. Don't it's almost 20 days. It's almost a 20-day suspension for him. So I've spoken to our captains, our key players, about what we're doing. They understand. I told them that I just don't really want us talking about it. I want us moving on. We're going to take the holiday break, and then everyone will be focused on the game against Philly. And it's us 5 without Lucic moving forward, and then we'll go from there. But the big thing that a lot of people think that it was just Lucic, and it's not just one individual acting against the team. It's really not. I know I'm kind of on a soapbox here, but it was a lot of people were going along with it from the team, and like I said, it goes back for my fault for not being there, but this wasn't just Lucic. A lot of people were going along with it on the team, and Lucic is kind of the martyr here for it, but it goes beyond that. And Lucic only scored 1 own goal. 2 more players on the team scored own goals. 1 was accidental, but so it wasn't just Lucic. He's going to fall on the sword for that, but that's just kind of how it has to go down in order for us to move on. I think it's an opportunity for us to grow as a team. We need this really to be a learning experience. and what matters is how we respond to it. Like I said, it would be easy to just sweep it under the rug, but I don't think that would help Lucic. I don't think it would help our team if we didn't address it in a firm way. So that's what we're doing. Regardless of what the league would have done, I don't care because this is what should be done. So hopefully that kind of summarizes most of it for us, for you.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if you heard earlier on in the podcast when I was talking about it, because I think you were speaking to Lucic at the time, but that's about what probably would have come down on him, is just a suspension for the rest of the regular season. So I think it's pretty much in line with what we would have done in terms of the way the game is going to shape out. My prediction, my instinct would be to take away the own goals that were scored from the final score and just leave it, and then that's the final score. So you take away the 2 intentional own goals, and then in the final game it'd be 6-3, and those players who legitimately did score points for Quebec would get their points. So that, I believe, is the way. That's the way I'm going to attempt to approach it. We'll see when we discuss with Cap and Taze what their feel on it is and how that's going to go. But in terms of just individual punishment, that's pretty in line with what was likely going to come down.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, in some way, some of the guys who got credited for the own goals might be disappointed. So,
yeah, they'll probably be more disappointed than the players getting suspended. Well, that's just me, but anyways.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure they'll be disappointed to lose their points, but I think it's the right thing to do to take those off the scoreboard. And I just, it's one of those where you didn't earn it legitimately. So as much as I would love to have you have those points, I don't think it's necessarily the fairest option, or okay or right for you to maintain them. So, but yeah, we'll see what happens in terms of the final outcome. But thanks, Dalfan, for coming on, and thanks for maintaining not only your team's integrity but the league integrity. Thanks for keeping that in mind throughout the entirety of this process.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it shouldn't have happened, and it's my responsibility that it did happen. And so I'm just trying to take steps to repair that. But it never should have happened at all, and so now we kind of have to deal with this. We're going to have our top scorer out for the rest of the season, which is tough.
Luckily, you guys are in a good position to handle that right now, having not led and yourself and Leafs there as well. It's something that you guys can work around, and it's only 3 games. So even though it's 20 days in total almost, it's only 3 actual games, and you've already pretty much locked up a top 2 spot at this point. So you're looking pretty good. Anyway, all right. Thanks for coming on, Dalfan.
Yeah, you bet.
So,
Alright,
are
so-
we moving on to the RSL, JSL, or we do
No,
All-Stars
we still
first?
got Philly. We got All Stars. We got predictions for next week.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah, no, it's going. It's still going. So I'm sorry to the.
Way too much time on team reviews. Oh,
Well,
my God.
This will probably be the one podcast we look back on a lot of the teams and how they did throughout the season. Not next week, but I guess 2 weeks from now or 2.5 weeks from now, when we go ahead and do our show at the very end of the regular season. Obviously, we'll do a little bit of this, but a lot of that show is going to be predictions for the playoffs and looking at how teams match up and how the individual best of series look and predictions and whatnot. So it's good to get some of this out of the way now. And obviously, we spent a decent amount of time on dealing with rule changes around players like Matt and issues with Lucic here as well. So those were sort of unforeseen discussion points that took up a lot more time than we had initially anticipated for. But we'll try to move through the rest as quickly as possible. I want to make sure we get everything in. I know you guys might want to go to bed, but I mean, I still have plenty I like to talk about. I love talking about this stuff. That's why I do the show, and I don't want to skimp out on any of the RSL or JSL stuff. So those guys that are interested in participating in that discussion, hang on. We will get there. I promise you.
Yeah, we've already lost Tony Flo. He had to go.
Yeah, it's if we really can't work something out, I can try and set up maybe something tomorrow or Thursday, just like a private 1 hour thing where we can talk about the RSL and JSL, and I can post that separately. But hopefully we'll get to it tonight before it's incredibly late. So we'll keep going then. On to Philly. Philly did not play tonight, as they played both of their games for this week on Sunday, and they won both by a combined score of 12-2. So they're doing pretty damn good. As we spoke about earlier, they really haven't faced that much adversity. 3 overtime games, all of them wins, and only 6 losses out of 22 games. So pretty damn good season so far. I think they actually have the best win percentage ever right now for a 5v5 team. If there's a team that beat them, it would have been Season 6 San Jose, and actually they have a better win percentage than that team too. So they have the best win percentage ever at this point in time. So we'll see how that maintains through the rest of the regular season. They are also the 3rd highest scoring team ever in 5v5 history. So a bit different from the Philly last season that was predicated on defense and shutting it down defensively. While this team certainly is not slouching at all defensively, they're one of the top 2 or 3 teams in just about every defensive category. Their main selling point has been offense, and a lot of that has been from the development of Jay Lalu specifically, who has gone from having 18 points, I think, last season to now having 62 with 3 games left to play. And he leads the league, and after tonight, I think he'll be ahead of me by like 10 points or something like that. So there's pretty much no way he's relinquishing that lead at this point in time. So he's been stellar all season long, and really come out of nowhere. And I mean, every episode we've been speaking to this because he's been so great this season. But I think now's the point in time where you really start having the discussion: is he the MVP?
I have to think so.
So I think it's him or Taze, really. I mean, I think they're the 2 most important members of that team. And given how well that team has been, I think it's probably fitting that the MVP comes from that team, or at least a playoff team in general. And they're the picture of consistency and the definition of success right now. So I would imagine that it's going to be Lalu or Taze, and that would certainly be my vote when the time comes. Johnny, what's your opinion? I mean, do you think Lalu is having an MVP caliber season? Like, is this point total enough to put him over other names that are typically out there for this award?
I would think so, because going from 18 points last season to 62 this season is insane. And then if you look from their lineups compared to this season and last season, the only major change is Claude not being there. But so I guess with the void of Claude, Jay Lalu has really stepped up for his team.
Massively stepped up. It's insane.
And
I mean, you could not to cut you off here, but I mean, you could theoretically say, like, speaking to that point of the roster change. I mean, theoretically they got worse. They went from Claude to Dildozer / Ace, and I mean, Claude. Both of those are great players, and they deserve all the praise in the world for how they played this season, because they've been key contributors to Philadelphia's success so far, especially Dildo, which we'll get to. But I would say it's entirely fair to say both of them are a step down from what we would imagine Claude would normally bring. So they're a team that has less talent than they did last season on paper, yet Lalu and even Zam and Taze, all of them are doing significantly better this season than they did last time.
Yeah, definitely. And it gets to the point where I even think JLL elevates his team too as well. You see Zam from last season; he stepped up too. But I think both of them playing together, and they gel well together as teammates too. And the same thing with Dildozer. I think JLL elevated his skill level as well.
Are we thinking JL is a first-round pick next season?
I think if he wins MVP this season, and with how he's doing, especially if he keeps it up during the playoffs too, I don't see how he isn't a first round pick. And then there's going to be a lot of scrutiny in terms of whether or not he can consistently keep this up, because I mean, this is something we've never seen before, and a big question mark is going to be, can you keep up this level of production? Maybe not the same level, but something close to it on a team that isn't as good, on a team that isn't performing as well consistently day in and day out. And
exactly.
I think it's fair to ask those questions still. I think it's fair to pose those, but you can't take anything. You can't take anything away from what he's been able to do so far this season. And if he were to win MVP, he'd join a list that includes myself, Lucic, Taze, Matt, Otto, and DMB. And some of you who have joined now might look back and say, well, like, oh, DMB and Otto. Well, Otto was the best player in the game for the first 2 seasons and was one of the best players in the game ever since. And DMB is probably the second or third best player in NA behind only, I'd say, Matt and Taze, in my opinion. So he's fantastic as well. So that's a pretty great group of people to be associated with. I mean, that's
company.
That's high praise right there. And assuming he does win most points, there's only 4 people that have won most points before in the LHL in 5 seasons or in 8 seasons, which has been myself, Lucic, Otto, and DMB. So he'd only
I'm always shocked that list does not include Matt. I'm always shocked that Matt's never won that.
He's never played enough. He's come close a couple times, but he's never played enough. So this would be only the 5th different person to win the most points award, and it's the exact same for most goals. Every season, most points and most goals has been won by the same person. But MVP does not always win both of those awards, interestingly enough. Anyway, so basically, you know, he's looking at winning probably those 3 awards. I'd say at least season MVP, most points and most goals, and most assists. Actually, he has the most assists, and I could easily see him winning best team play too. So he could be taking home a wealth of awards this season that would put him among some of the best company to ever play this game, and that's incredibly high praise for somebody especially who's never experienced this level of success before. So you really have to tip your hat to him and what he's been able to accomplish. And I think the combination of him and Taser on that team has been unreal in terms of you've got somebody who's playing the best offense in the league right now up front, and then somebody who's playing the best defense in the league on your back end. And I mean, that's an insane foundation to build from. And you add in guys like Briz and Zam to that, and like, holy shit, how are you not winning so many games? Like how have you not won all of your games? I mean, it's been a fantastic season for them. And you look at Dildo too. Dildo's quietly had a 27-point season so far in 12 games. He's, I think, 3rd in points per game in the league right now. And like nobody's even talking about it because of how overshadowed he is by Jay Lalo at this point, and even Taze and Zam to an extent too. So they've been getting contributions all over the place, and they've actually been doing it with a lineup that changes week to week. You look at their 4 main starters, and they've all played almost all the games with the exception of Briz, but Fat Squirrel has come on excellently for them, and Dildozer and Ace and have sort of filled in that 5th role, and they've been sort of swapping back between them. Dildo's got 12 games, Ace has 11, so you can see it's pretty fairly split, and they're able to win with both of them just fine. They're winning in a variety of ways, and I mean, that says a lot about what they're capable of as a team.
Yeah, definitely. It's been good. Philadelphia is a team that it's honestly, I think when the season began, a lot of us expected them to fall back in that defensive, like we're gonna do 2-1, 3-2 kind of games. But now it's like, it's honestly it's the perfect storm for them. Like, this is the time to win their cup, because you got Joe Aldo with 62 points, and then you got like on that team. Well, let me actually look it up right now. So I'm looking at it. There are basically 4 players who have 30 points. I mean, Dildos has got 27. I'm gonna count that basically as that. But they have 4 players who have 30 points. They have 2 20-goal scorers. Sam's got 18. He's right there. And then they got Taser, who's got 15 and 15.
Which is insane because every other team has at best 2 30-point scorers at best. I mean, there's nobody who compares to the level of production that they've been able to produce so far.
Yeah, it's insane. If these guys can take it to 7 games, I'll be impressed. These guys are definitely the favorites to win the cup. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sending messages on TeamSpeaker, but I think that's pretty. I'm not going to say a foregone conclusion, but I think many people would be surprised, thoroughly surprised, to not at least see them in the finals in a 6 or 7 game series. I think Dallas probably, I would say on paper, poses the biggest threat to them, and obviously, as Dalfan believes, he believes they match up well against them. But I think you do have to still consider a little bit the fact that Philadelphia has had Dallas's number all season long, and while Dalfan's right, they probably haven't really had a fair shake at Philly with their current lineup. I think there's a certain weight that's going to hold over them. I think Philly's going to go into that series against them theoretically if that's the finals. I think Philly goes into that series feeling pretty confident about their chances. I know they'd rather not see Dallas in the finals just because they're arguably the second most talented roster in the game, if not the most talented roster right now on paper. But they've handled them incredibly well. Through the last 3 games, Dallas has scored 1 goal on them. And no matter what your lineup is, the fact you've shut them out twice and allowed 1 goal in the 3rd game, like, it doesn't matter what the lineup is, that's impressive on 3 games alone. So, and they're averaging at least 4 goals a game against them. They're averaging 4.67 goals per game against Dallas over the last 3. So, I think that's something you have to keep in mind. And as much as I think Chicago has been having some issues in terms of our consistency, one of the few bright spots on our season is that in the 2 times we've played Philly, we've beaten them 3-2 both times. And I would think in that sense that we'd actually potentially be a better matchup than Dallas would be. Not that we deserve to make it there more than Dallas does, but if you're looking purely at what both teams have accomplished in those head-to-head matchups this season, Chicago has found more success than Dallas has. Do I think that could change? Of course, especially when you have one of the best minds in the game in Dalfan. Obviously, he's going to come up with some sort of strategy to try and limit Jay Lalu and force the rest of the team to support the scoring around him. And I'd be very interested to see what happens if that was the case. But I do think we'd actually be a pretty decent matchup for them should we make it that far. That's a big should we make it that far.
It's like Chicago's one of those teams where it's like it all depends what's happening. I mean, because Chicago, because they could go into that game thinking like you guys could have your problems still happening, where it's like you guys are still there's chemistry's not building, whatever. But then
did you get yelled at for being too loud?
Pardon? Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it because I heard someone knock on your door through your mic, and then now you're a lot quieter. So I knew that was the case. Fucking loud, Dick Jug.
I know. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, where? Yeah, it all depends. Chicago's it's a wild card, but Dallas I think has a much better chance.
Chat is saying gay Lalu. Gotta remember it's gay Lalu. It's gonna be MVP Lalu pretty soon.
Probably.
Not just gay Lalu.
Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to, I guess it would be predictions for next week, right? We'll try to move through these pretty quick. Pull these up. Alright, so Johnny, you have not yet done these with us before, right?
Nope.
Okay, so the way this is going to work is I'm going to give you 2 teams. I'm going to ask you to predict which of the 2 is going to win. I can give you the head-to-head records and whatnot between them if you're interested. But we're just going to ask for a prediction, a quick explanation as to why you think that team is going to win. And you will be able to predict every game that does not include your own, which would be Chicago.
Oh, okay. I guess that's fair.
Okay. So the very first game that we would be predicting is going to start on January 3rd. So we're doing January 3rd, 5th, and 7th, which are the last games of the regular season, the last games we have left to play. So I'll go first so you can get sort of an understanding of what kind of goes on. So the first game on that day is the game we've been talking about, which is Tampa Bay and Pittsburgh. And that's the big one that really determines whether or not Tampa Bay is going to make it, or whether or not Pittsburgh and Quebec still have a fighting chance throughout the rest of that week. The series right now is tied 2-2. Pittsburgh has it on goal differential at the moment, a +4 goal differential. So, but whichever team wins that game is going to have the tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker won't really matter if Tampa Bay wins because Pittsburgh won't be able to catch them in points anyway. So the tiebreaker is really only relevant if Pittsburgh were to win. I personally, I don't think Pittsburgh's gonna win. I'm sorry, Dick Doug, and I'm sorry to Quebec too, because that spells the end for you as well. But I think Tampa Bay is going to come into that game knowing full well what the severity of the situation is. I mean, obviously, I think Pittsburgh will too. But I think Tampa Bay will be slightly better prepared and in a bit better of a mental state, knowing that their back isn't against the wall. And that should allow them to play a little bit more freely than they perhaps normally would if the positions were flipped. And I think every mistake that Pittsburgh makes is going to weigh incredibly heavily on the mentality of the players, because one mistake could determine the outcome of that game and could determine the outcome of the season. And I think the weight of that is going to be too much on the minds of Pittsburgh for them to be able to overcome it. So Johnny, so now this is your chance. What's your prediction for this game?
I feel that the same thing. I feel that Tampa's going to win it, but I feel it's going to be a close game. I feel it's going to be an OT.
Oh yeah, I think OT.
Thriller.
OT. I think like a 3-2 or a 4-3 OT game.
Yeah, I think both teams know what's at stake for them. So it would be I would be really entertained to watch that. But
just for some insight, so I'm 10-14 on the season in predictions, so I'm below 50%. So that does bode well for you, Dick Doug. If I predicted
Hopefully.
Tampa to win, there's a better chance that I'm wrong than I'm right this season. So, alright, so that brings us to the next game, which is Quebec and Chicago. Now, the series is technically tied right now, 2-2, but Chicago is currently losing on goal differential. There's a +1 goal differential in favor of Quebec. So the series head-to-head really doesn't matter because there's no way for Quebec to catch Chicago at this point. Dick Doug, what do you think is going to happen in this game?
I think Chicago takes it. I don't think Quebec pulls it off. I don't think Matt's gonna show up. I don't think that Quebec is gonna be competitive in the game. I think Chicago takes that 4-1.
Oh wow. Okay. Alright, so the last game of the day we can all vote on, or predict I suppose, which is going to be Dallas versus Philly. And that is, like we said, potentially the last time we'll get to see these two teams play this season if they don't meet each other in the finals. Which, as I pointed out earlier, is pretty heavily in the favor of Philly. They're up 3-1, and they have a +9 goal differential. They're winning by an average of 3 goals per game, which is pretty legit. So the tiebreaker is already swung in favor of Philly. There's no way for Dallas to reclaim that. So even if Dallas wins this game and ends up tying Philly in points, they still can't take first seed. They'd have to beat Philly in points for the rest of the season. Dick, that we'll go back to you. Who do you think wins this game?
It's gonna be close. It's gonna be a close game. I'm gonna predict AFK Briz again. That's gonna come back out.
That's your fucking prediction every time with Philly.
there's gonna be a noticeable difference in Dallas when there's not Lucic on the ice. And I feel JLL is gonna get 3 points in this game, but Dallas takes it.
Damn. I'm gonna have to go the other way. I think Philly's on a roll right now, and I think without Lucic, I think Dallas will be fine. I don't think they'll necessarily miss him too much in the interim period. Obviously, they'll want him back for the playoffs, but in this specific game, I think as they sort of adjust or continue to adjust to life without Lucic, I think Dallas is going to be a little bit sloppy, as I don't expect them to get to play together a whole lot over this next 2-week break we have. Whereas I think there's a lot of natural chemistry on Philly, especially from last season and throughout pub games and whatnot. Zam, Lalu, and Taze have developed really good chemistry together over the past, it's almost 7 months now that they've been playing together. So I think that'll be able to carry them through a lack of practice together over the break, and they'll wind up winning that game 4-2. Johnny?
I think Dallas might pull this out. I think this is where the time where, we slowly see those type of close games since it's close to the playoffs. Considering these two are like the first and second seed, right?
Yes.
I would think that both of them are trying to finalize their game. Keep up with their pace and all that. I don't think Lucic is going to be much of an issue, but at the same time, I think this is where the playoffs kind of start going and everyone's a little bit excited. I think they win it in 4-3 OT maybe.
Okay. Dick, we're gonna toss it back to you for the first game on Tuesday: Chicago versus Philly. Games are tied 2-2, but Philly has a +8 goal differential because they won the first 2 games by a combined score of 13-3.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. Chicago takes this game. No AFK Briz. Who's your goaltender?
Oh my god.
PK.
PK has 10 ping. It's gonna be a shutout game. 2-0. Tall and Dyal individual goals.
Okay. Heavily with your reasoning, but okay. PK would never have 10 ping. That is the most unrealistic thing I've ever heard in my life. But that's fine. That's fine. I'll let you get away with it this time, since you predicted us to win. I'll take that. Johnny, next game of the night: Quebec versus Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh owns the tiebreaker 3-1 with a +7 goal differential. This game could wind up being irrelevant if Tampa Bay wins on Sunday and both these teams are out. This game could be entirely irrelevant. So predicting the outcome might be futile anyway, but we'll do it. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'm just going to assume that Pittsburgh is I think if Tampa wins against Pittsburgh in that game, they're eliminated, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I'm just going to assume that both of them are eliminated, so I think this is more of a...
Wow. Whoa. Buckaroo.
Well, I'm going with the prediction.
Well, we have to be consistent, right? We have to be. If we predicted you to lose on Sunday, then we have to predict this game as if you lost on Sunday.
Yeah, so this is more of I don't want to say a pub, but more of it doesn't really matter to anything, what happens. So I think maybe Pittsburgh will win it out in a 5-3 victory. Only because there's not much that's going on with if both teams are out of the playoff race.
I think you're going to get to a point next week, especially over these last 2 days, where I'm assuming the games on Tuesday and Thursday, again predicting that Tampa wins on Sunday, these games on Tuesday and Thursday really aren't going to have any playoff implications whatsoever. So my guess is a lot of the teams are going to be sort of coming back and still kind of rusty from not having played together for so long. And you're going to see some sloppy play that's going to lead to some unpredictable results in games. But as I said before, I don't think it's really going to impact the playoffs at all. So I think people are going to come back with sort of a more relaxed mindset about the game and just sort of enjoying it for what it is, which I think will be good in terms of the overall product. But I think that Quebec is going to wind up winning this game. I think Matt's going to show up, and I think he's going to put Dick Dug in his place.
Wow. I'm gonna fight Matt. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna break his arm so he can't play.
Dick Dug will go to you for Dallas versus Tampa. Series is tied 2-2, surprisingly. Dallas
So-
holds it on goal differential.
Pittsburgh beats Tampa on Sunday. They're demoralized. Claude is there. So not a lot of puck movement. Dallas takes this game. Meat Sale goes back to his ways of stonewalling it, blue balling it, and Dallas wins that game, and Tampa does not win it
Okay.
because they're not going to win on Sunday.
Johnny, what's your opinion?
I think. Oh my god, what the? I think Tampa might win this one out. I'm gonna assume that Claude isn't here.
Oh, okay. Alright. You don't have to explain anything else then.
Yeah, I think the 3-0 record will showcase themselves.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna have to go with Dallas. I picked against Dallas in the Philly matchup, but I think Dallas is gonna come back strong here with this one. Again, as we said, Lucic probably isn't there, but I don't think that's really going to make that big of a difference in this game. I think Dallas is going to go ahead and take it and solidify themselves the second seed at this point. Not that that really changes anything, because second or third seed, they're still playing the inverse, which is, again, likely to be us. Not confirmed, but likely. So it won't really change anything. But I expect them to pull out a closer victory than they're comfortable with. I think Dallas is going to go out to an early lead, and Tampa's going to wind up clawing their way back and almost tying the game to send it into overtime. Dick Dug, we'll go back to you for the first game on Thursday, which is Chicago versus Tampa. Chicago's up 3-1 in the series, +7 goal differential.
Tampa has not won a game all week. They've lost them all. They mercied by Pittsburgh on Sunday. Raffle stomped by Dallas on Tuesday. It's going to continue. And this Thursday, the first game on Thursday is going to be known as the Dyal Show, where Dyal takes over. And Dyal's going to get 4 points, and Tampa can't get anything on. So
Okay.
Chicago wins that game.
Okay. We'll go to the next game of the night, which is Dallas versus Pittsburgh. This is one of the few series so far this season where one team has swept the other team entirely. Dallas is 4-0 against Pittsburgh, and they have a +8 goal differential in that time. And I'm gonna go out and say that Dallas is going to continue the winning ways. Again, picking against you here, Dick Dug. I'm sorry. I think again at this point, I think Pittsburgh is going to be out of the playoffs, and I don't think they're really going to care too much about the outcome of the game. I think they're just going to be playing to have fun, whereas I think Dallas is going to be trying to get ready for the playoffs at this point, which would start the following Sunday. And I think they're going to be doing everything they can to make sure the team is getting back to their normal ways of playing after being gone for so long. And Johnny, you're saying you agree?
Yeah, I feel that Dallas is going to try to take this seriously, even though, maybe Pittsburgh is taking it as fun. And this is assuming that Pittsburgh isn't in the playoff race anymore.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep it with you then, Johnny, for the very last game of the Season 9 regular season, Quebec versus Philly, which could very likely be first versus last seed for the final game of the season.
I
What's your
think
prediction?
I think Matt will show up for the last game, and it's gonna be pretty close. And I think this might give Philly their loss. I actually think Quebec might win it.
Ooh, damn. So you think Matt
Matt-
shows up and he does enough to win the game?
Yeah, and I think Philly, even though Philly will take this as a game to watch, I think they're gonna try to lean back and relax a bit until the playoffs, and then maybe use their experience from last season, considering most of them are already have been to the finals before. They'll take it easy for this one in the season, and then when playoff comes, they'll time to be prepared and start getting ready.
I think this is going to be a lopsided victory for Philly. I don't think Matt's going to show up for the last game of the season. I think at best he shows up for one game this week, despite his 90% claimed attendance. And I think Philly is just going to roll over Quebec on their way to feeling very confident heading into the playoffs in the first round to face what would be Tampa Bay, given how our predictions have shaped out. Dick Doug?
Yeah, Matt's not showing up. He's gonna retire, and he's gonna burn his computer. It's a 6-0 mercy.
Damn. Alright, so that does it for the predictions, and that is the final predictions of the season. That's it. No more. Well, I mean, we'll do predictions for playoffs, but those won't count towards our prediction record for the season. Alright, so we're moving on to All-Stars, I think, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, no time.
Alright, so alright, I'm gonna pull them up on screen now, so you guys on stream are gonna see it. Dick Doug, you and Johnny will not be able to see it, I suppose, unless you have the stream open. So I'll read them off to you. So Team 1 is going to be myself and Tall with Otto as the reserve forward. Zam and Leafs on defense with Trevcrow as the reserve defenseman. Meatsail in net with K-Bomb as the reserve goalie. Team 2 will be Jay Lalu and Lucic with Claude as the reserve forward. Taze and Crab with Dalfan as the reserve defenseman. Then Briz as the starting goalie and PK as the backup goalie. So, unfortunately, guys, I'm sorry, but neither of you made All-Stars this year.
Rigged. How? Crab didn't even play defense.
Who?
What?
Wait, how long has Crab been playing defense?
Crab has been playing defense all season long, actually.
Yeah.
The two that would be the most questionable in my mind in terms of defense would be Dalfan and Leafs, as they've each played other positions as well. Not like primarily defense the entire season, but given the way their seasons have gone, it made the most sense to put them there in the defensive role.
I am a little.
But Crab has been defense all season long.
I'm a little salty.
There is a chance that Zam or Crab cannot make the All-Star match. If that were to happen, Dick Doug, you're next in line for defense. So you would move up. You would move up to be the reserve for whatever team would lose Zam or Crab. And then Johnny, you're right behind him.
Yeah, but that's the cheap way of winning it.
So I'm sorry, guys.
I am a little salty.
Crab did say he can't make it, but Crab said there is still a chance he can make it. So we've left him in for the time being. After I spoke with him, we agreed to leave him in. It really depends on whether or not, I guess he's going skiing or snowboarding, and it depends on whether or not there's actually enough snow to ski or snowboard. If there isn't, obviously they won't go. So there's a decent chance that Dick Dug at least still makes it. But Johnny just, Johnny sucks. So
if I'm on the reserve, am I still considered an all-star, or do I have to play in the game? Alright.
So you have that going for you.
Yeah, let's skip. I'm still salty, so.
I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry. You guys were very, very, very close. There was like 5 of you within that range from 4th to 9th, or I guess that's 6 of you, that were all within like 1 or 2 votes of each other of making it. So
I don't know. I don't want to say anything too, so.
it's okay,
I'm
guys.
playing an NHL 15 game right now, so.
You're numb. You're numb to it. Dick Dug, at least McJabba didn't get voted in over you, so you don't have that
Thank
hanging
God.
over you.
Wow. Bit salty Dalfan did though.
So just to point out, looking at the way the team's shaped out, Dallas has the most All-Stars with 5. All 5 of their starters made All-Stars. Philly, 4 of their 5 starters made All-Stars, which kind of makes sense given their 5th has been between Ace and Dildo split time. 3 people made it from both Tampa and Chicago. And 1 person made it from Pittsburgh, which was Otto. And then there's nobody representing Quebec at the All-Star game. So congratulations to everyone who did make it. To everyone who didn't, don't take it too hard on yourself. It really doesn't mean quite as much as you probably would want it to mean. So, and with that, we are ready to do RSL JSL stuff. Move it in a different direction. Pretend that never happened, boys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything because it's gonna make me sound twice as salty.
Damn. Alright, let's move on to RSL
You can
stuff.
speak your mind if you want, Johnny.
I mean, I feel like some are
This
picked
is the place.
based on names. You know what I'm saying? And
I mean,
points.
That is the case 100%. I mean, this game, because of how small the community is, the people that are often like noted as the best at their position are what are considered to be big name players, right? Like Taze as an example might not be the best to choose, but like when you think of Taze, you associate that with best defense in the LHL. Always. I mean, he's going to have that stigma around him for several seasons to come. Even if he starts to fall off a bit, people are still going to associate him with some of the best defensive play in the league. And that comes from how small the community is. And you brought up the point of points as well. And from a defensive perspective, especially, I mean, honestly, from all of the standpoints, from offense, defense, and goaltending, most of the people don't watch all the games. Most of the people only watch the games they participate in. And so it's hard to know what somebody is contributing to the team other than just what they have quantifiably in front of them, which is just how many points you score. Because we don't track things like blocked shots or number of turnovers you create or intercepted passes like takeaways and whatnot. We don't track things like that. So unfortunately, you guys wind up getting the shaft in the sense of like there's only so much to go on from the perspective of somebody who doesn't watch you all the time. And you're 100% right in saying that those are the things that people often vote on because that's the only thing they have to go from. And that's not necessarily anyone's fault. It's just the unfortunate reality of how it is.
Alright, am I to pull Nova in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Buddy was moved to your channel.
Welcome to the show.
Oh, baby.
The foreskin
Oh,
forecast. It's about
baby.
goddamn time, I know.
Tell me
It's
about
what, 12:30? Oh god, it's 12:50.
It's almost 2 for me.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. We ramble so much. You can
No,
blame
you're
that
not.
on
Oh,
me.
it's the
I'll
break,
take
so
the
I don't really care.
You just want to make Johnny more salty.
I'll take the blame for
Oh
that.
my.
Johnny, you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I still have
Okay.
my 10-point. I broke the barrier.
You broke the barrier, yeah.
Damn.
Most points Johnny's ever scored in his career in one season, so props to Johnny. Congratulations.
Well, my rookie season was the
All-star?
highest.
All-Star and MVP.
Dick Doug, you did okay. Good job. Congratulations.
I mean, season's not over yet. I still got time to reach 19 points.
You do. Is that your limit, right?
19 is the highest, and if I
Yeah,
can
you
do
gotta
the whole
you gotta get 20.
20, I can do 20.
You gotta
Easy
get 20.
peasy.
You gotta break that 20.
If I can do 20 in like 18 games, that'll be good for me as a defenseman.
Okay, so
what's the plus
we'll
minus?
move to the RSL JSL here. We'll get going here. First off, I'd like to say I really hate the way that your Google Docs are set up. I hate it so much. It bothers me. Like the fact that league standings is purple. Like I just
To be honest, I don't like it either.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I hate the color scheme of the teams for the JSL. Like what is this like? Is that blue or purple for Manchester? I don't even know. And then yellow and like it just it doesn't look nice. The RSL looks pretty nice, the color scheme there for those teams, but the JSL like it just bothers me. Sorry, I needed to get that out there, Nova, because I know
I don't do that part.
well, I know you don't create them, but you manage a lot of them, a lot of the Google Docs. So I
That's
wanted
Dick
to
Doug's thing, though.
express a displeasure amongst the three of you while I have you here. Like I don't like it.
I want to
Don't
pull
like
the
it.
BOC vote to ban Dial from the RSL.
I used to have access to edit the RSL stuff. I don't anymore.
They stole it from you.
They took my powers away, which is totally understandable. I shouldn't have had any reason to do it. The only reason they gave it to me to begin with was I think to make formatting changes. So, which if I had it now, I'd totally get rid of that whole purple. That is the worst part of it. What the fuck? Anyway, okay. So we'll start with the RSL. So the RSL right now, Alaska far and away been the best team this season. They've lost 3 games out of 15, so 80% win rate, I believe that is. 36 points. They're 14 points ahead of the second place team, which is absurd. They're 20 points ahead of the last place team, which also pretty ridiculous. But actually, when you consider second place and last place are only 6 points apart, that's actually pretty good, all things considered. But yeah, so Alaska Aces, led by Ace, Ace, have been stellar so far this season and are probably favorites to win. From what I can gather, we'll sort of get some input from you guys, Johnny and Nova specifically in a second. St. John's and Albany coming in right now tied for second.
Yeah, I'm surprised that my team's doing that good. I was
Yeah,
shocked.
there were a lot of predictions that your team was going to be not even a playoff caliber team after the draft. I remember hearing a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, the non-playoff teams are going to be St. John's
and Utica.
Utica." Oh, I heard that so many
Manitoba
times,
too.
and yet
Ever
here
since
you
that
are,
Gauch trade.
tied for second. So
Ever since we
we'll
traded Gauch for Kiwi.
go into the team by team specifics once we're done with the standings. But you guys are tied with Albany, who is on a really rough streak right now. I believe they've lost the last
They were in a 6-game
5
losing streak.
games or 6 games in a row. Yeah,
They won their
not
last
good.
one though.
Not good. Orlando holding on to 4th seed right now, just barely over your team, Johnny. Utica, who has played in 6 overtime games this season. Ridiculous. Your team, Utica, seems like they're in a pretty similar situation to Chicago. So many overtime games, more overtime games than like non-overtime wins. Like, it's been a rough season for you all around, hasn't it, Johnny?
Yeah.
But you guys are 1 point out. You're close. You're close. And followed up with none other than Montpelier's Manitoba Moose.
Rip Manitoba.
Rip Manitoba. This will be their last season of existence, as I understand. So before Monty probably tries to get the team name retired for the future for all the success they've had throughout their storied history. So we'll start back up at the top with the Alaska Aces. I know it's not your team, either of you. But what has made them so good? I mean, why are they so
Dildozer.
much better than everyone else? Do you really
I-
think it's just Dildozer?
I think
Well, they
it's
have Doucette, too.
Doucette's recent explosion. I think both of them play really well together. So
Are one of the two of them going to wind up being the MVP?
Probably. It's a good chance.
based on the GMs, I think.
They are both top 2 in the point standings as of now, so.
And you think they've been the biggest part of the reason why Alaska's been so good?
Them and Paris. Paris has like one of the best plus minuses. As we know, Dick loves. And
What's up?
It's one of the few things Dick can still hold on to.
I have 3 LHL cups. I'm fine with that.
and also the
We're
spreads
talking
of
about
GT.
plus minus. Oh,
Plus
yeah,
minus?
GT's their starter, right?
Starting goal, yeah. It was Skis before they traded him though. So.
Hey, Dial.
Yep.
Why I have the best plus minus in our platform?
Do you remember when I carried your sorry ass to 2 fucking cups?
Remember when you got traded?
We don't talk about that, Nova.
Yeah. Remember when I managed to get off of Pittsburgh? You didn't?
I could have
Hey.
requested a trade.
Hey.
Some people telling me.
Hey. Anyway, back to the RSL. Okay, so you guys would say then obviously it's hard to be objective about it given that you are GMs. Do you guys agree that they are most likely the favorites to win the finals at this point?
Definitely.
Do you think there's a team that can actually compete with them and potentially win in a 7-game series?
Manitoba.
What?
Really? You're
If everyone performs well. If Tidge is like awake and alive.
so you're
Monty's
serious
good.
about that?
A little bit.
What?
Partially.
Has Manitoba done well against Alaska throughout the course of the
I
season?
don't actually know. I think they're one of the only teams that actually beat them.
Orlando won against Alaska 5-2.
I don't know.
That's
Keep track.
one of their 3 losses on the season, right?
Yeah.
So one of the important things that I noticed that I've never seen before from any competitive season in this game, I've been around since the start of them, there's only one team with a winning record in this league right now, and that's Alaska. The other 5 teams of the 6 all have losing records. Every one of them. What?
Yeah. It's been insanely
We were on a
close
4-game
for this
winning
RSL
streak.
It's pretty
this year,
rough.
or season.
That's pretty weird. Not to mention the fact that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now, all of you are 7 and 8. You are some version of 7 and 8. What? When does that happen? How often does that actually happen? 4 teams with the exact same record at the end of the season.
You should have
All
seen it
4
before,
of you are under 500, and you're 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, or 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th seed. What? What? Like,
We have nothing.
that's such a strange phenomenon that I have never seen before, ever. And I can't make any sense of why that would be the case. But one of the things that I think is actually good to take away from it is that if you look at seeds 2 through 6, there's a 6-point difference between 2nd and 6th right now. That's it. There's only a 2-game difference, which seems to show that there's a lot of parity in the league. And I mean, that's the only way you could all be 7 and 8 is if you're all like dropping games to one another. It makes no sense to me. I don't understand, but I guess in a way it's good.
You made a speechless, Tal.
I mean, I don't know how to properly analyze it because it's not a league that I follow closely enough to really give you a formalized opinion about. So I have to go off of what I have here, and that just seems so bizarre to me that I wanted to bring it up. But we'll get back to the team by team specifics. St. John's, Nova, that's your team, right?
Yep.
So You guys were predicted to be 5th or 6th at best. Where do you think you guys turned it around?
When we traded Galch and Tidge, in all honesty.
And who did you get in return for that?
The Tidge trade was primarily for Goose, while Galch was primarily for Kiwi.
So you effectively got Goose and Kiwi back for the two of them.
For Tidge and Galch, yeah.
And the two of them have been carrying you guys so far?
Ever since Kiwi came, basically, it's now been BG. But
Do
the
you
style that me and Goose play on defense with Kiwi up, it works a lot. Even though we haven't won last game.
Do you think you guys stand a good chance of making the finals?
Maybe. Depends on who we play. If we get there.
I mean, you guys could theoretically still end up last place.
Yeah. No denying that, but like the whole speculation of us losing was right from the draft when I traded my first round pick to get the 5th overall.
Actually, that's not true. You guys have clinched.
Oh, yeah? You sure?
Yo, you have not. Okay, so you have not clinched. Sorry, you have not clinched, but you can't finish lower than 5th. Albany can.
Yeah.
You guys can't. You guys can't because you own the tiebreaker with Manitoba. I went back through.
Oh, that's cool.
that. So you guys can't finish lower than 5th right now.
So if we beat Albany on whatever day,
You need
we'll
one
clinch
more
second?
win, and you will clinch.
Okay, good. Let's beat Albany.
Which is pretty much the case for all of the teams that are in a playoff spot right now. So it's kind of weird because you guys have 2 games left. That's it.
Yeah.
So you guys have the 1 week when we come back from the winter recess. That's it.
And we have probably one of the hardest schedules because we play Albany in Alaska.
Do you think that any of your players, Nova, would be eligible for for MVP this season? Like, do you think like Kiwi, as an example, could be an MVP candidate, or do you think it's for sure going to a member of Alaska?
It might most likely go to Alaska, but it could be BG or Kiwi that can get it. Unless like me or Goose like comes out of nowhere and get a lot of points.
Okay,
But past that, it's probably a tie between Dildos or Doucette and maybe Kiwi.
Johnny,
and,
you feel
someone else.
the same way about that?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, we'll take a look at Albany then, who's also 7 and 8, as is
Oh, yes,
every
Albany.
other team in this league. So Albany started out amazing. I think they were in first seed for a while.
They were in first for like
half the
first
season.
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
I thought it was a good period of time. I thought it was even longer than that. They were top 2 for a long time, and then they went on a, what did you say, 6-game losing streak?
Yep.
My God.
It was 2 games before we traded for Galch. Was when they had a 6-game losing streak.
So
Or
what do you
2
think of the
games.
reasons as to why they went on such a rough stretch?
They have no defense. It's true. They'll only have Austin.
Now Austin was playing very well at the start of the season for the first
He is one of
half.
the best defensemen in the league so far, but
So you
after
think
that
it's
Galch trade, it was weird.
who plays defense normally alongside of him?
I think it's Kuzi. I think.
And Kuzi's been, in your mind, disappointing then?
So, actually, let me check stats for a second.
What about you, Johnny? What do you think is the main contributor to them losing the past 6 games in a row, or 6 of their last 7?
I actually like their previous team. Who was it before they traded for Gouch and
It would.
I
It was
can't
Tim
remember
and
off the top of my
Kiwi,
head.
wasn't it? Wasn't Tim
Oh yeah,
and Kiwi on their
I
team?
actually
Yeah.
like both of them because back then I think Kiwi likes the. I'm not saying he likes to cherry pick, but
He does. It's okay, you can say that.
But he likes to go like near the net a lot and then try to get like those rebound goals.
He's a
While-
net front presence.
Yeah, while
Would you
Which is
call
why
him
he's
the
working so
Would you
well.
call him the RSL J Lalu?
I wouldn't go far to call it as that,
But he can't spin. He can't rap.
but
Well, he is white.
what the
White people can't rap for the most part.
Proper get to you.
I guess.
How many white rappers are there other than like Eminem?
I don't know.
Drake's
I don't keep track.
basically white, let's be honest.
Yeah, he is.
Drake might as well be white.
Also, Dal, just need to ask, what does it feel like having 3 Canadians here?
I try not to think about it. Sorry, I try not to think about it.
I think.
At least we're all here for the same reason. We're all here for hockey.
Yeah, all here to BM Dick Doug.
Yeah.
Well, that's true as well, yeah. And can't even make All-Stars.
That's for a different story.
That was a sore spot. I'm sorry, Dick Doug. He's not gonna. Oh, he's not even listening. Okay, that's good. That's good. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. No. It's okay.
What did you say? What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
What
Don't
did you
worry
say?
about
What
it.
did you say?
Don't worry about it.
Watch
What did you say?
Lalu says Kiwi is his inspiration. I feel you, dude. I feel you.
What did you say?
BG, if you want to come on TeamSpeak and talk with us about the RSL and the JSL, we'd be more than happy to have you. So
BG will have a lot to say.
I'll extend that offer to you. As he still does play some JSL, right? Is he?
No, he does not play JSL.
He was eligible at the beginning of the season then.
Yeah, and then
He's no longer eligible. Okay, that's probably good because he's in the LHL now. Anyway, I was gonna say it'd be a little bit weird, but at least he has experience with some of the teams and probably knows them pretty well. That he might be able to speak.
Yeah,
to
but
it,
like
so.
some along the Albany track, the last game that they lost 5-2 to Alaska, they had Nerg, Gouch.
Holy shit! There's so many people on TeamSpeak right now. I just
Yeah, they're all
looked
playing
up
like
and there's
football.
fucking what?
They're all playing football? Question mark.
Okay. Anyway,
Footy.
So yeah, BG, if you want to come on, that'd be fantastic. But okay. TikTok, what's up?
No. Because what did you say? What did you say?
So one of the interesting things that I saw when I was looking at Albany's season so far is that they've had a lot of issues with Manitoba. They've lost 4 games to Manitoba.
Yep.
4 of Manitoba's 5 wins have come against Albany. Like, what? Could you guys do you guys think of any reason as to why that would be the case? I mean, is there something about the
Maybe they
matchup
just have
there?
your number.
It just seems weird that a team that would have been in first/second for the majority of the season and could still easily finish second, by the way, would have so much trouble with a team that struggled for the majority of the regular season. I mean, they really only turned it around.
Yeah,
in the
I agree
past
with
2
BG.
weeks.
It's because Monty fired Arson from BOC. That's why.
Oh, okay. He's inside his head.
That's clearly why. It's also interesting though that Gouch did not show up in that last game when Manitoba beat them. But the last wait, what? That didn't make sense. My stats are confusing me. Don't mind me.
That's okay. So we'll move on to Orlando then. So Orlando is Cook's team. Taking a look at them, realistically, obviously, if everything plays out and everything sticks to the way it is now, we'd be looking at Orlando versus Alaska in the very first round. Do you think Orlando has a chance? Even though, I mean, they won their most recent game against them 5-2, right?
If Parabola corrects self and Cook all show up, if they're starting 4 in their 5th person, who I don't know.
So you think it's really an attendance
they might have a
issue
chance.
with them? Do you think there's another team that would have a better chance against Alaska than Orlando? Other than Manitoba, like you said earlier?
Jeez, I don't know.
I mean, do you think there's another team that could be in that spot that could really do something different?
I know St. John's wouldn't. I know my team wouldn't. Unless we have
potentially who is it? Oh my god. Albany would. No. Only because I think that the way they play Albany compared to against who's it? Freaking Alaska is a lot different, and I think it gives them a new outlook. Marchie is with Albany, and he's been proven to be really good well, at least he's been proven to be something bigger than in the LHL now, so.
PG seems to be pointing out drag here, saying the drag would be a big factor in that series should it occur.
He really did develop really well.
the 3 players in the JSL, which we'll
Has-
get to later though. But,
Has he been, would you say, the biggest surprise so far this season in the RSL?
RSL wise?
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Purely in the RSL. Not looking at people who have gone to the LHL or...
He's not even in the RSL primarily, or he wasn't. Yeah, it would have to be Drag. He's only like a shocking name there. That's from the RSL that you can actually take out of this.
Johnny? I'll
I
send the same
think-
question to you.
I think probably Drag and Trev. I got
Trev-
a lot
yeah,
of
Trev has
hate
been
for
good.
picking up legendary Trev, especially from Monty. But
It's money though. Very shocked.
Well, Monty's in 6th place. I don't know what kind of trash
know.
talking he can do from all the way down there.
I do have some stuff to say about JSL once we get there, but that's for another hour and a half.
I think those two have been pleasantly surprising, and I'm kind of happy for both of them because this creates more
You're
talent
only
for the
kinda
NHL,
happy.
possibly.
Well, he's just being biased. No, Mervs has been doing good too though on Utica. The draft steal of last season.
Yeah, I know. I've been hearing his name tossed around a lot, actually. A lot of
He has
people
7
who
points so far.
expected
of
to
stats.
see him somewhere in the LHL fairly soon.
Probably. Maybe not next season, unless there's like 8 teams, but
So, Johnny,
this
we'll
season next.
get to your team, Utica. You guys have been up and down this season, to say the least. But you're 1 point out of a playoff spot right now. Can you get
Yeah.
it back?
We're on a oh god, we're on a rough patch right now, but we've talked some things over, and hopefully we can resolve this issue.
Johnny,
What's up?
I just have some. Has the schedule been changed?
Yeah, because there's a repeat.
Okay, that makes sense now. So we don't play Alaska last game of the season. Good to know. Okay, so now that makes more sense because some back about Alaska, Orlando and Utica play them next.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
two
but
of the
anyways,
shocking teams.
with Utica, I had a long talk with them, addressing the issues that we might need to fix. They're all relatively small issues, and I still have like a ton of confidence in them that they'll do it. All of them are really talented guys, like full of potential in each of them too. So, I think we can win the last two and hopefully reach back on the 4th seed or maybe potentially 3rd, considering how tight it is for each seed.
You could still get 2nd. You could finish as high as 2nd.
No, man,
Yeah.
no. No way,
Nova
Jake.
doesn't seem like he's going to let that happen, but it is possible.
Well, we play Manitoba and Albany now, so I think I have a little bit more confidence.
Manitoba, easy money, right?
Yeah.
Easy money.
Is there a team you'd like to face in the first round, Johnny?
Until I get
Say
back
Johnson.
into the playoff race, you know.
St. John's.
I don't think, but if hypothetically I was in the, say for example, 4th seed, if there was the one team I'd like to face, it would probably be against Albany because we had a lot of really good success with them. I think we match up against them well. I think we won out of all the head-to-head stats. I think we won 2 or 3 against them. I think the first game we won 5-2 with our backups, and then we won 2-1 in overtime against with our starters. So
You beat
there's a
them
lot
twice.
of positives there.
Yeah, you beat them twice. I got you, fam.
Okay, so that'll bring us to the last team, which is Manitoba.
The Moose.
Is
the
there
Moose
any
Cars.
chance? Is there any hope for them? I'm going to take that as a no.
If they can beat Orlando,
I'm
If they could beat Orlando, maybe.
gonna have to say probably not. It's far back. Everyone else is. I don't think there's much chance for Manitoba.
It
They
would
have
be
to win
nice
their
if
2
they
next
made it to
games.
the playoffs, but
It would be nice for Monty's last
I'm
year. But I don't
concerned
think
for
it's
my
gonna
team,
happen.
so
He's gonna be on my team next season. Don't worry.
hopefully, yeah,
So
we can
they're
somehow fix this.
they're not eliminated, but they're pretty much guaranteed to be playing
They
spoiler
have
for
to.
the rest of the season.
They have to win their next 2 games,
Um,
and Orlando and Utica have to lose. That's
I mean,
like
I
the only
suppose-
way they can.
technically, if they win one game, that still isn't good enough to make them or to get them to the playoffs. But do you think they could cause enough damage to potentially ruin the chances for another team to make it in, given how tight everything is?
If they beat Orlando, that's like the only reason.
Do you think
I'd
if
say.
they beat Orlando, then Utica could overtake Orlando for that
Yeah.
final spot? Do you think that's realistic, given the matchup between those teams throughout the
Well,
course of the
it
season?
assumes if Crack and Parab will show up, really.
Dial
Just 2
Claude
stars.
wants him.
Claude wants
He's
him?
bad.
Claude wants him.
Why does he want in?
I don't know.
We're talking about the RSL and the JSL. Did you know that?
Let's talk about Guile.
I just keep talking. I'm talking to him right now on Steam.
Just let Claude know that he's a backup forward.
Yeah, he wants to know the All Stars. That's what he wants to know.
Just let him know that he's a backup forward.
I did. I told him.
Anyway. Okay, so if it were to start right now, you guys would say Alaska would beat Orlando fairly handedly? Nova, Johnny?
Yeah, I don't know.
Alright guys, good talk. Good talk.
It's good to. Oh, actually,
Good job, guys.
Sorry,
Last time
I was on
Orlando
a
played
breakaway
Alaska.
in a pub, and
last time Orlando played Alaska, they beat them 5-3. Orlando beat Alaska, so maybe that's one slim of
But
hope.
it seems like in general we're assuming that Alaska's going to win that. Okay. Assuming everything else stays the same too, St. John's and Albany, you think St. John's is going to pull that out?
Oh, what's right?
If we were to assume right now that the other semifinal is St. John's versus Albany, you guys feel, obviously, you probably do, Nova,
I think
but
it's gonna go to
Johnny,
Game
do you
5.
think St. John's would be able to bring that victory out?
I think it's going to go to Game 5.
it's a possibility. Yeah, they've been like hot in the last couple of games so far.
I don't know who's going to win. In all honesty,
So, realistically then, in your mind, it's going to be Alaska versus St. John's or Albany in the finals?
let's hope.
I think it's honestly, if I have to be realistic here, I don't. The way my team's playing right now, hopefully it doesn't last. But we're not really that we don't have that mentality of playing like a playoff team.
Tell us about it.
Johnny knows all about that following the Canucks.
Oh god, shut
Oh
up. Oh,
my.
bye guys. Bye. I'm out.
Damn.
But you know what? My JSL team is like beasting, so beasting and feasting.
Utica's better than Vancouver. Just saying. John, we know it's true.
Well, we beat Tampa, so that's
Oh,
a
yeah, you know.
plus.
We're talking about our own teams. We should get back to this.
But yeah, the way my team's playing as of now, it's not playoff, kind of playoff mentality.
Okay. So, well, that pretty much covers it then. Unless there's anything else specifically that you guys want to talk about. I think we touched base on all the teams, potential playoff matches, favorites to win the cup, favorites to win MVP. I think we pretty much hit everything.
I can't think of anything else.
Other than in the JSL, this Windsor Spitfires, they won their last five. Was it? Won 5 of the last 6.
So, okay, we'll go to the JSL now. Start talking about that. Before we get into the standings and whatnot, do you guys think the JSL was a good idea? Do you think it's structured correctly? Like, are there changes you would make to it? Are you happy with the way it's set up right now? Do you wish we had gone a different route instead of going with the JSL? Like, what's your general opinions on it and its structure and its function at the moment?
Johnny, I'll let you go first because you're BOC. You have more
Oh.
stuff?
Initially,
Pub.
I was against the expansion of the JSL, and I was more towards the 8 teams in the LHL and 8 teams in the RSL. And I think with the JSL that's happening now, I think it's been a good league. I think the expansion was the way to go. I see a lot of players now in like their competitive level, which is great. Like even if like the point difference between each seed is kind of different from the RSL, but I know that most of them are all in the relative skill level, and I think that's great to see. And I think that with the added rule where we all have to get ice time is also a bonus too, because that's all about a developmental league, and that's what I like about it. I mean, one good example is the Spitfires, who went, I think, 7 losses or started off with 7 losses, and then we started winning by the second half of the season. So that was a good sign of developmental progress there too.
Nova, what's your thoughts on it?
Well, I was kind of in favor of the JSL at the start because more leagues, more people. It's nice. It seems pretty balanced, except for 3 players that really stick out. That's Guy, Trunsinski, and Drag.
Well, you're always gonna expect something like that, right?
Yeah. But it's really been pretty good. And the one bad thing so far is really just attendance on some teams. But there's no real gripes about this game at all. It's been pretty solid. So that's all I got.
I'm happy
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
I like the JSL as a thing. I think it's going to be really good. Only problem is we're going to have to figure out a way to sustain it, because theoretically we're going to have people
You need player
moving
intake.
up from the JSL to the RSL to the LHL. Which means the LHL gets bigger and the RSL gets bigger, but the JSL, we need to have a...
Yeah, there's
we need to
going to
figure out a way to
be
make it flow.
there's going to be a lot of discussions about that this off season. I mean, the big things I've been focusing on right now are editing the rule book and everything, and establishing the rules to cover all the situations we've faced this season, because we've faced a lot of unique scenarios that we've never experienced before in the LHL that we need to write rules to cover. So that's my primary concern. But obviously, we're going to have to go back and take a look at how many teams are going to be at each league again, and figure out, what's the direction we want to move with it. I'm not going to say anything right now in terms of how I feel about expanding or not expanding. I'm going to leave that. I don't want to start that discussion tonight. But it's certainly something that there'll
Make the podcast
be
longer. Let's do
just as much discussion about in the future as there has been, or as there was the last time we brought up this 3-league system. But from the way it's been implemented so far, I think on the whole, I think it was the right idea, because I think I still maintain that had we gone to 8 teams, there'd be a lot of people who'd be struggling to get any ice time at all in the RSL that can play in the JSL and actually start to develop. And I think there would have been at least 2 teams in the LHL that would have been completely irrelevant. They would have been like so void of talent that they just would have been terrible. And that not only is bad for parity, it's bad for maintaining the happiness of the players, which is something that we honestly need to consider as much as we consider growth and development of a player. We obviously want to promote growth, we want to promote development, but we need to promote like general happiness too, because we only have so many people in the league, or in the leagues in general, and the happier the players are, the more likely they are to return. And with the little income we have in terms of like players returning season after season, we can't afford losing 5 to 10 people every season that just get salty that they're always on a losing team, because they're not the type of player that is willing to put in the amount of effort, or that just can't put in the amount of effort to get better to play at an LHL level. And that's something that we really need to be mindful of in terms of keeping the community at a decent and appropriate size. And that was one of the biggest reasons why I thought the JSL was important. And I think it succeeded at that in the time that it's existed so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think another thing I want to add to is I kind of want to. I think the JSL was a success again, but I think there should be more priority in development. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but it should be relatively
definitely
on
seemed to be a little
focusing
bit
on your
of
fundamentals,
competitiveness.
on like everything, your skills and everything. And like winning, I think winning would be like a side bonus to that too. I guess we can discuss this like over the off season and have potential meetings and discuss about what things could be improved upon in the RSL and JSL.
Yeah, and we'll handle that at a separate juncture. Like I said before, well, there'll be at least one, if not two, off-season meetings that we'll have to discuss things like this. I'm probably honestly going to split them up into two. One specifically for the LHL, and I guess for the RSL, really just updating the rule books to make sure that we have consistency in our rules to cover all of the situations that could possibly arise. And then we'll have another one for the actual format of the leagues and how we're planning on holding them. Because as always, we want to make sure we get that decision right. And while I think we made a good decision this past season, I won't say it's necessarily the best decision, but I think it worked out well. I don't think it was a problem. I think it did succeed. I think it did what we wanted it to on the whole. Obviously, we'll have to discuss where to go from here and how to change it. I mean, do we go 8-8-4? Do we keep it at 6-6-6? Do we go 6-8-6? I mean, there are a number of different things we could do for that. And we'll also have to talk about taking a look at advertising and trying to pick up a new wave of new players to sort of fill some of the roles in the JSL that some people will be leaving. So we'll talk about all that in the future. So getting back to the JSL specifically, though, we've got Ace's team number 1 again in this league. What's up with that?
Glitch calls. Glitch call.
Oh my god, are you still salty about that?
Is this
A little bit.
Is this like a meme that I don't know about?
Well, let's just say that there was 3 glitch calls in 2 games.
Yeah, in his games.
Both.
There's a physics and like a goal got in or whatever.
It was physics. I cry.
If anything, I gotta hand it to Ace for drafting really well.
Yeah.
If anything, the parity, the point differential for each seed though might be a little bit concerning, and we can always take this season and learn it, and then see what we can improve on next season. But
I know one of the biggest complaints that I've heard about it is that there are some teams that have great attendance and some teams that have shit attendance, and that's been the biggest complaint I've heard. Outside of this player shouldn't be JSL eligible, like I'm excluding those kind of complaints, but outside of that, it seemed like that was the biggest problem people had.
I think another reason
do you
think that was an accurate assessment?
I guess, but you can't really judge, I guess, people's attendance because people's schedules would change and all that. So, I mean, I can understand their complaint and where they're getting from, but it's kind of hard for us to dictate and judge and help us show like which players have attendance. It usually goes over to how well you draft and how well you take each player to an account.
I know some people have suggested something like doing a redraft partway through the season to reallocate the JSL resources, or by resources I mean players, to better account for attendance across all teams. Do you think that would be like a viable solution to the problem, or is that just not worth it?
I don't think that's an idea we should know. Nope.
I think it's a possible solution, but I wouldn't necessarily think that should be the solution we could go to. I think every GM here who has their team would generally want their teams together unless they make some sort of trade. I can certainly understand where they're coming from with being attendance an issue. Hopefully we can resolve this within the next season because there's really, I wouldn't say that we can't do too much, but yeah, there isn't like as much as we can do as of the season progresses for now.
Also, Dal, just to throw some on your Ace Parade, a couple of Manchester games have been down a person, and they had to put Patrick Sharp in net, or not in net, in game.
A couple of Manchester's games,
Yeah, they were down people.
and they've been winning still. They're
Yeah.
still number one seed.
Yeah,
How has
same with the
Patrick
last
Sharp
guy.
been? I haven't gotten to watch him.
He's not
since
really
playing.
good.
Has he
got a
scored
goal.
any points?
What are
He
you
got a
talking about?
goal?
He's a beast.
He got a goal. An own goal, but it
Oh
was still a goal.
my God, he got a goal.
It was own goal, but still a goal.
It still counts.
Wow.
Still beast. I don't know what's all the laughing about.
We should get a team of Patrick Sharp.
I should have drafted him.
We all should have.
I'm still of the opinion he shouldn't have been a draftable player and that he should have just been eligible for anyone to use. But that's
Yeah.
fine. That's okay. Alright, so after that is the Brandon Wheat Kings, which, considering that the RSL companion to Brandon has been so inconsistent, is it surprising to see Brandon doing so well in the JSL?
They have Sully in net, who's obviously a solid goalie, and Trensinski, who's clearly a solid offensive player.
Yeah, Transiski has
Troszewski's been doing pretty good.
And Exo, who's kind of come out of nowhere.
Access has always been good though. He's always been decent.
Oh yeah, with that recent trade yeah, he's been doing fairly well. I'm happy for him, but I think it's more of Herna's explosion, and we're forgetting KK Swag here.
Who's retired, basically. He's not showing up anymore.
Sully's a
'Cause he's
great
not
I
Let's
goalie.
do
heard
it, yeah.
Ovechkin is also not showing up anymore. Is this
What?
true, Johnny?
What, John?
Yeah,
What
this
is
is true.
What happened?
Well,
He
he
confirmed
decided
he
to
was a
come back as
troll.
Thin Squirrel.
That's not him.
So
though.
wait, Thin Squirrel's Ovechkin?
No, I'm pretty sure Thin Squirrel is sand hockey.
No, Thin Squirrel's Hitler. Literally.
I'm like
Literally.
98% sure that it's sand hockey.
Who knows? We don't speak that name.
I've heard from my players that
Your sources.
OV the G was fed up with the community, how they treated him,
So Arc.
and he apparently my player quoted that he said, I quit this community. I'm not playing anymore.
I have a player with a similar kind of
I
thing,
mean,
but he's still good.
if I have to be honest, I do kind of feel bad for him. Other than his really bad spelling and grammar.
Do you think we'll see a return to prominence for OV? Or
He's going to be
is
like
he
BGP
done?
of last season. Comes back for the playoffs and wins them the cup.
It's quite the prediction there.
I'm not saying wins well. I'm saying he will.
So what about Trenton? Trenton's falling right behind, and I believe they are Austin's JSL companion.
Yep.
Is that correct? So what do you guys think of their chances to win the JSL Cup at this point in time?
Now that they
They're
have Guy on
currently
their team,
third seed.
now that they have Guy, they're probably going to do a lot better.
So you think they're better than what their seeding might suggest?
Player-wise, maybe. It depends. Like with Hades, you think that name should get up there. Just speaking about him.
Is he finally back now? Is he allowed to play?
He hasn't played a game since he got unsuspended.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he played one game.
Yeah, he's only played one, but that's it. It was right after his suspension.
Do you think he could potentially be a wild card for them if he were to show up during the playoffs and
Maybe.
carry them to a cup?
He might be a little bit.
It feels like
rusty though,
Hades Lord would be pretty talented in that league. I mean, he was pretty good in the RSL last season, right?
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah, he was really good.
So
if I have to be honest, I thought his performance level has dropped drastically season by season.
Since season 5 of Toronto, or whatever team he was on.
Like he was on, I think, in season 7 with
Rochester.
yeah, and
Both
he
seasons.
scored. He had like 20 something points, I think, and he was scoring at a rate of like 1.92. But then the season before that, he had like a ridiculous amount of points, like 40 something, I think.
Well, those
From
stats
season
aren't
6.
accurate. That's just
Season 5 RSL, that's when him and Nobo run San Jose. That might be what you're thinking about.
yeah.
GT says no. Well, Hades is bad. So
I mean, no, I'm not saying he's bad, but I'm saying like he's not performing as well as he's used to, and I think that comes with more like competition from each league now. And I think the JSL has been relatively competitive, so.
okay, what about Pensacola? They're currently 4th seed. They are 6 points ahead. So I don't know about their tiebreaker with Halifax, but I don't believe they can reach 4th seed.
Oof.
I don't know actually.
Pensacola.
Pensacola would wind up having to play Halifax either way in the first round.
Oh baby. Can't wait to beat them.
Halifax
Wow.
is your team?
Yep.
So you think you guys can beat them?
Nope. No,
That's,
that's a lie. Yeah.
What?
No, if we have Splash and who was it? Who's my other offenseman? Splash, Alter / Show on offense. Tella and him on defense, or Toaster on defense. And Oli in that we could probably beat them. Oli came out of nowhere and is amazing G this season.
So do you think you're better than your 5th seed suggests?
And yes, but not by much. Maybe like 1 or 2 standings.
Okay. What about you, Johnny? What do you think of both Pensacola and Halifax?
I think it'll be interesting. Their Pensacola really rides on Drag's performance, and he's been like superb in this season so far. So if you look at all the points, who's been contributing the most, like Drag has been in 84% of like any points, and then the next closest one is Big Poppy with 12 points or 36 goal percentage. So I think Drag would be the key
MVP.
factor here against Halifax.
Yeah, Drag can.
Do you think Drag is the JSL MVP?
Yep.
Potentially. I think him and is it Tronsky are like one of the ups.
And Guy, don't forget Guy. He's pretty good. And he's also in every league. Both of them, actually.
I think his production kind of dropped a little bit.
Which one, Guy or Drag?
Yeah, after you traded him.
Yeah, that's weird because even though he got that 7-point game that one then, but we don't recall that again.
BG wants to know, Johnny, who Orlando's starting 5 is.
I think it's, if all their team is there, I think it's Parabola, Crack, as the
Self-plug,
offense
Slim, and
startups.
Cook.
And then we have Self-plug, and then Drag or Kype, and then the goalie is Cook.
Because Slim is
Yeah, so BG is questioning as to why Drag is still allowed to be in the JSL if he's a starter in the RSL, and if he has seen LHL playing time as well so far this season.
Well, that comes to probably maybe the attendance of Kype. I haven't seen Kype play too much in the RSL, I think.
This helps any the last game that Drag played Which
My guess
stats
would
are
be
updated
Duo
too.
4 would be falling under the same scenario as he's now playing in all 3 leagues, and I think BG has played in all 3 leagues. I think he said he doesn't play in JSL
No, he doesn't play
anymore.
JSL.
I mean, it does seem like you shouldn't be playing in more than 2 leagues at once, I guess. Like, once you're called up to the LHL, I feel like that's pretty much a significant notification that you're probably beyond the JSL caliber at this point in your career.
Yeah, I guess, but if we can't really control anything if one of the LHL GMs decides to pick on one of like the JSL players.
That's
I mean,
true.
this is something that we can discuss in the off season once everything's all done.
Like that kind of goes into what happened to me early in the season,
But-
which was BG and Guy are both kind of like
So
not starting.
what you're
Right.
suggesting is that effectively nothing is going to change this season.
Yeah, most likely, yeah, and we'll see what we can do for the next season and improve on it.
Okay. All right. So BG, there's your answer. So at least they are thinking about it, actively or passively. They are thinking about it. All right. So lastly is Windsor. Johnny, your boys, your young boys, won 5 of their last 6.
I think so. Or
Still
4
not
of the
enough
last
to
5.
keep-
I saw 3 wins.
Still not enough to keep Ovi playing the game, but you know.
You know, he joined. He played a game, and then midway in the second, he just left, and it became a 4v5.
Did he say BRB before? Yeah.
No, he didn't even say anything, and he left until like it wasn't until ML told. I can't believe I didn't realize it too, but like ML told the whole group that there's a 4v5 going in.
I didn't think I realized it.
But yeah, my
These
boys
stats.
are starting to ramp it up, especially Stamkos and Juicy Juice.
Yeah, Juice shocked me this season.
Both of them have really excelled. I think they've like increased their production by a ton now, and that's great to see. Like Stammer was 17 points, and I think Juicy, looking at stats now, 18. So they're both like complementing each other really well, and they're both getting better along as they progress too, and that's always something I like to see. The better you get, the better.
And GK, who hasn't played a game yet.
I put him as D.
What?
Yeah, he asked to play as D.
Was he sober?
I wanted to give who was that at the time, Ovechkin, to play goalie, so that he could develop in
Who is your starting goalie now? ML?
yeah, and then it's either OV or DCAT.
You mean DCAT?
Yeah.
And actually,
Yeah,
3 of my
looks like-
favorite goalies.
Looks like Waldo is expressing the same sentiment that I spoke about earlier, which is that the attendance is the #1 issue with the JSL.
Like again with that though, like the
It's
schedule
so hard
has
to
changed.
predict before the season.
Because like Halifax had an amazing schedule. We had like every player showing. But ever since we traded, like
Yeah,
people
that's
stopped
just
showing
how
because
people's
of
schedules are.
reasons.
It's kind of hard to balance every attendance with everyone. Hopefully, we'll see like how many people like actual active players are, and then we can see how we can adjust accordingly.
Okay, so we talked about MVP a little bit earlier. Do you guys think Manchester has what it takes to win at all then? Do you think they're the clear-cut favorite?
Now this is a league I can definitely see Brandon actually winning something though. Much more than Manitoba.
You know what? All the JSL teams can make it, and I personally think it's whoever has the hot hand. And I know I might be biased here, but I think my boys can take it all.
Oh, damn.
This time I actually think it's going to be the last series between Manchester and Brandon.
Can you imagine the dark horse Windsor?
I mean Halifax. Fight, fight, fight.
Do you think there's a good chance that like Tronsinski, is that how he says his name though?
I think that's how I say it.
I
Chauncey
don't
Scott.
know, just call him Herna, yeah.
I know him as Herna. Well, I know him as M. Lucic, first off, 2 years ago. That guy's been around forever. But
Oh my god.
that was his
Not
first
really
name. He
season.
was M. Lucic. He's been G. Perron. He's been Herna. He's been. Oh, I can't try to think of some of the other
The
names
name he
he's
is
been.
now.
He's been so many different names. But this is his first time ever playing in a North American league.
It's like aliasing before it was cool.
Pretty much.
Before you were Hades. Or not Hades, Nobo.
Anyway, okay. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about with regards to the JSL or even the RSL?
I do have a question for Johnny.
Yeah, what's up?
How's rookies going to be in this? Will we have awards for that?
I've been trying to talk with Monty about it.
Not TikTok? Okay.
No, this was
I
before
know.
Dick Dug got BOC. But it's kind of strange how it is. But there's probably most likely going to be a rookie award in the RSL, I would think, and then in the JSL I don't think there is a rookie, but we're probably gonna have to discuss it more with Monty and Dick Dug.
Just leave it at that, Dick. That's it.
It's pretty cool. I don't know if you guys
I
saw
can't
it
think of
in
anything.
the stream chat. DVD posted a streamable of his basketball game
Yeah.
he's been working on. That's pretty cool. You could like pick it up and
Yeah.
actually like kind of dribble it in a way.
It's like a magical ball. You can press a button and you can pick it up.
Freaking! Oh my god!
It's pretty kick.
Okay,
Talk about this.
so
Hey, DVD, get on here.
that is pretty much everything now that it's almost 3 in the morning for you, Nova.
Yep, it's almost there.
So, alright,
I'm
well
not
this
tired.
podcast has been 4 hours and 15
Oh,
minutes
God.
long. So this
Can we
is
just make it
by
5 hours?
far the longest one we've ever done.
Can we just kill off
So,
10 minutes?
Thank you to everybody who stuck along with us the whole way through. Thanks to everybody who came on and spoke with us at some point or another. Thanks to Johnny for being our last minute guest host.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we got to go over some of the RSL and JSL stuff.
Actually, now I'm kind of
Yeah,
curious.
we didn't
How
get to
many?
go
Who
super
has the
in
best
depth.
attendance for the podcast?
What's up?
Who has the best attendance for the podcast other than you and TikTok?
In terms
Probably
of
Dalfan.
who's guest hosted and been on the most?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
probably,
Dolphins up there.
Probably Dalfan.
I know I've been on here 3 times. 3
Yeah,
times in total.
my guess would be Dalfan. I think we've had like Cap twice.
And it gave like a second once.
We've had Gabe a couple times. With Leafs a couple
Channy.
times. It's definitely Dalfan more than anyone else. I mean, he's guest hosted twice, and he's almost always around for some kind of interview to sort of talk about. So plus he's usually good for talking about some other topics just outside of his team too. He's usually got some
Dolphin
good
is
insight, so.
GM of the year anyways, so we all know it.
Anyway, alright, so yeah, thank you to everybody who's been involved. It's been a long night, but an eventful one, and we got a lot done, which I'm happy with. I'm sorry we kind of wordy with a lot of things and sort of stretched a lot of topics longer than they needed to be, but it is what it is. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks to everybody who